Conquest manual in another world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Peasant Delegation. The village where Shi Zheong and his team are located is officially called Village Number 1. The specific name was originally planned to be decided after the village was built. However, there is a huge tree similar to the native willow next to it. So everyone decided to call it De Liashu Village. Look at this name, it has a rustic flavor, with a wild beauty, pure and innocent. In addition to Shi Zheong and other official personnel, a sightseeing group composed of more than 400 refugee representatives came to De Liashu Village to check the progress of the project today. These refugee representatives are numerous and have a complex structure. They basically cover all groups in the 3 resettlement sites. For example, there are brave men with ordinary births but high credibility who have been leaders before the refugees were rounded up, strong women with rich experience in growing grain, and meticulous old men who have been village heads, etc. Except for the young, the other 3 are basically included in the 4 words of men, women, old and young. In addition, this group of people also includes representatives elected by some workers in the city who are willing to return to the countryside. After all, for these workers, leaving a stable income position and returning to the fields to farm is much more risky than for those refugees who have no ties. If they did not have a good impression of the rabbits, most of these people would be reluctant to give up their iron rice bowls. There are about 50 or 60 workers in this group, and Tian Baocheng, who used to be an employee of the bicycle field, is one of them. In the past period of time, Tian Baocheng has gradually gained a certain amount of trust in the group of workers he belongs to with his hard-working, honest and independent character. Although it is not as mysterious as kneeling down or entrusting one's life to others, when Tian Baocheng says the same thing, many more people will be convinced. To put it bluntly but realistically, if Chixin City is also broken one day, there must be many people who run away with Tian Baocheng. People like Tian Baocheng are shining elements that will inevitably appear in a social change, regardless of their background. Many times, it is people like Tian Baocheng who form a wave and influence an era. If they were a little luckier, they might even become the protagonists of that era, like the emperor surnamed Zhu who was once a beggar. Unfortunately, in this new era that Chixin City or the Damo realm is about to usher in, the protagonists have already been determined long ago. Tian Baocheng and his people can only be the lucky ones, not the protagonists. The same goes for a certain young man surnamed Wu. However, Tian Baocheng didn't know that he had become the legendary trendsetter, or he wouldn't have any idea if he knew. At this moment, he was standing in front of a screen with several other representatives, looking at the blueprint of the De Liashu village with an excited look on his face. You can stand in front and have a look. This area is the layout of De Liashu village in the future. At the entrance of the village, Shi Yin was introducing the future planning of De Liashu village to Tian Baocheng and others. The short-haired translator girl who once prosecuted the Mo family's crimes at the vegetable market in Yangbai City was seconded here again today to be a tour guide. We are now at the entrance of the village. You can look forward. The road in front is the main road of the village. Sister, if you want to go, you can try it. This road is meant for people to walk. And everyone should pay attention. The resettlement houses for each family are on the left and right sides of the main road. The partition boards of the resettlement houses are of very good quality. The specifications of the resettlement houses are 20 rooms in a row, each row has 2 floors, and can accommodate 40 households. You asked you if you can live with your relatives? You have to register for this matter. We will try our best to arrange it. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be no problem. In addition, there is another locker at the back of each row of houses to store everyone's farming tools or vehicles. Then Shi Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead and pressed another button, and the screen quickly switched to another picture. The moment they saw this round of pictures clearly, Tian Baocheng and others suddenly stopped breathing and couldn't help but let out a light cry at the same time. At this moment, the house on the screen was no longer a monotonous blue resettlement house, but a row of delicate single-family buildings. These small buildings are about 3 or 4 stories high, exquisite and beautiful. You can also see farmers wearing simple clothes and smiling on the ground carrying hoes and returning from the fields. There is also an elder at the door of his house with a high waistband. He holds a pear in one hand to tease his grandson. An old yellow dog lies beside him, and there are frogs in the field. This is a real picture of the new countryside simulated by the professional team of rabbits. This method, which has long been common in local sales departments, is a pure killer in the demo world. As soon as this picture came out, it can be said that beyond Bao Cheng and others' expectations for the future were instantly raised a lot. Then Shi Yin continued, this picture is a simulation of Delishu village in a year and a half. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will live in this kind of house by then. As soon as Shi Yin finished speaking, a thin dark-skinned man in the delegation raised his hand. Mother Gu, what about our land? Tian Bao Cheng looked at the dark-skinned man calmly. Although he didn't know this person, he had to say that he asked a question that many people present were curious about. Shi Yin smiled when she heard this, and she didn't get angry because her introduction was interrupted. She pointed to the green image that occupied the largest space on the screen and said, these green areas are everyone's farmland, that is, on both sides of the residential area, they are all fields with good soil fertility. The two sides of the main road are residential areas, and the two sides of the residential area are farmland. This is the planning of Delishu village. The four-character form is simple and clear. The planning of the command center is not lazy, and the design drawings are made with reference to real examples. Their inspiration came from the village planning of Zixinsuang village, Kiu town, Daxing district, Yanjing, that is, the standard village planning structure is one axis, two pieces and multiple points. The so-called one axis refers to the east-west main road of Delishu village, through which villagers can directly travel to Chixin city. Two pieces refer to the residential areas distributed on the north and south sides of the main road of the village and the outer farming areas. In the short term, they are mainly partitioned houses, and in the long term they will be gradually upgraded to single-family buildings. As for multiple points, it refers to the public service core of Delishu village. That is, the village committee, cultural courtyard, public bathroom, public toilet, etc. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be elderly activity rooms, chess and card rooms, canteens, etc. in the future. After introducing the general situation of Delishu village on paper, Shi Yin began to take the delegation to visit the real scene in the village. The first place the group arrived was naturally the farming area. After all, the refugees have seen the accommodation conditions in the city, and most of them have a bottom line in their hearts. For this group of poor people, it doesn't matter whether the house is comfortable or uncomfortable, as long as it doesn't leak. After all, they almost lost their lives before and after the beast tide, so how can they expect to enjoy a good life in the short term? But land is different. Cultivated land is related to the future livelihood of everyone. The harvest of high-quality land and low-quality land are completely two different concepts. They don't believe what Shi Yin said, all land is fertile land. Where in the world are there fields with the same fertility? However, as soon as they walked to the edge of the field, Tian Bao Cheng and his group were stunned. Note, double monthly tickets will be available until the 4th. It is most cost-effective to vote in the first 4 days, so please ask for some monthly tickets. Last month, the daily update was 6,000 words, but it was divided into 2 updates to make it look shorter. The number of words can be calculated by looking at the subscription expenditure in the background. This month, there will be a little more extra updates. The more monthly tickets you get in the first 4 days, the more you will get, so please subscribe to the monthly tickets. If readers feel that there are few updates in the first 2 days, you can turn on automatic subscription for a few days to support them and read them together. Subscribing to monthly tickets is very important. You can look forward to the plot this month, which will gradually reveal some secrets. Then I will recommend a book. Chapter 252 Peasant Delegation. At the edge of the plowing field, everyone, including Tian Bao Cheng, looked at the scene in front of them with surprise. A man who looked like a worker was sitting on a strange machine, like the operator of the magic weapon. The machine was about the height of an adult, with 4 blades at the bottom, and the blades at the back were a circle larger than those at the front. There were many round blades at the front and back ends. At this moment, the worker was driving this magic weapon and moving quickly in the field. Every time the magic weapon beeped across the ground, it would break the dry and hard soil in the field, revealing the dark soil core underneath. The people present were naturally good at farming and had rich experience in farming because they were elected as representatives of nearly 10,000 farmers. Although they could not understand what the machine was, they could judge what the man was doing from the results. The answer was simple: Just 2 words: loosening the soil. From a biological point of view, the soil is prone to caking over time, which reduces the air permeability of the crop roots, just like sealing the roots. If the land is loosened at this time, the gaps between soil particles can be enlarged, and air can enter more easily. This increases the respiration of root cells, thereby enhancing transpiration. From the perspective of farming experience, the most intuitive benefit of loosening the soil is to facilitate crop growth. After all, the narrower the object, the harder it is to insert it. Therefore, loosening the soil has always been an extremely important part of farming operations, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the foundation of farming. In the Dhamma world, when most practitioners cultivate small spiritual fields, they often use some talismans to assist, or arrange servants to cultivate, but they will not do it themselves. For example, some larger families may issue clan tasks and let those collateral clan members with 5 spiritual roots be responsible for loosening the soil. As for ordinary people, the methods are very simple. Those with better conditions can use oxen to loosen the soil, while those with worse conditions can only go to the fields and do manual labor throughout the process. Sometimes, after working hard for a long time, less than half an acre of land can be loosened. I don't know how many people's periarthritis of the shoulder and lumbar diseases are caused by this kind of hard work. At this moment, the machine that Dian Baocheng and others saw was at least 30 to 50 times more efficient than ordinary manual tillage. In just a blink of an eye, a strip of land more than 20 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide was completely tilled by this machine. Even though Tian Baocheng had seen a rotary tiller before, he was still a little surprised to see this scene again. After all, this rotary tiller was more advanced than the one he had seen before, and its efficiency was at least half as high. After all, what he had seen before was a test machine for debugging, which was the most common type. Beside Tian Baocheng, the thin man who asked about the location of the field was still there. He was looking at the field without focus and muttering, "My God, at such a fast speed, how much land can be plowed every day?" Then the thin man thought of something, turned his head and asked Shi Yin, "Girl, how much land can this magic tool plow at a time? Does it consume spiritual stones?" The thin man did not ask stupid questions such as whether this machine is for farmers. Although the representatives present had limited knowledge, they were not stupid. This kind of equipment can appear in the demonstration area, which is obviously prepared for them. Therefore, the most critical issue is not the ownership issue, but the cost of this equipment. If it requires more spiritual stones, then we can only make other plans. But if its price is not high, then one or several families can bite their teeth and pull some money to get one, and the efficiency of farming can be increased by dozens of times. And once the efficiency is improved, it means that more money can be made. Now, everyone has seen the entire action of collecting refugees in Qi County, and many of them have even witnessed it. Therefore, these farmer representatives know very well how great the demand for food is in Qi County. Even if there is a happy supermarket there, rice still has a broad market, and no matter how much food is produced, there is no problem selling it. So if some money is spent within an affordable range, it is not unacceptable. The farmers may not understand what the initial settlement cost is, but this simple truth is not difficult to understand. Hearing the thin man's question, Shi Yin glanced at him and replied, "My fellow villager, first of all, this machine is not a magic weapon. It is called a rotary tiller, which does not require spiritual stones, but only consumes oil. A rotary tiller can loosen about 30-50 acres of land every day. For the right to use the rotary tiller, we currently provide 2 options. One is to buy it directly. The price is about 15,000 Chinese yuan. One hand pays the money and the other hand delivers the goods. The other is a rental model, starting from 12 hours. The price is about 20 Chinese yuan per 12 hours, and the daily oil cost is almost the same as the rental price. The price of renting a local rotary tiller for 1 day is about 120 yuan, and the oil cost is paid by the owner. The price level of Qi County City is currently under the control of the rabbits and has stabilized at about 1/8 of the local level. After purchasing power conversion and adding some agricultural subsidies, the price of a rotary tiller for 20 yuan a day is not high or low, to be honest. For example, people like Dian Baocheng, who entered the factory earlier, now have 700 to 800 Chinese yuan in cash. As for the refugees who had joined the base earlier than him, the most diligent ones had more than 2,000 yuan in cash. That's right, all of them were huaxia currency. With Xingfu Supermarket being able to provide agricultural and sideline products and daily necessities steadily, the current circulation of huaxia currency in Chixin City has exceeded that of copper coins. In some unofficial occasions among the people, such as custom-made clothes or transactions in Chixin City's own vegetable market, many merchants will also pay or accept huaxia currency. For example, during this period of time, the living conditions in the city have gradually stabilized, and the number of newlyweds has also increased suddenly. Many newlyweds also use huaxia currency as their wedding bonuses. Of course, the rabbits promoted huaxia currency just to have a trade equivalent for easy management. They really had no idea of financial monopoly, not that the rabbits are so upright, but because Chixin City's plate is too small. The local GDP has reached the 101 trillion huaxia currency, and the livelihood sector is planned to be a plate of several trillion or even tens of trillions. Putting aside the position of the sweater war, it is also a trillion-level battlefield. And how many people are there in Qi County now? If the price is 8 times higher, it is only at the level of a small town with 8,000 people. You think this kind of plate is an economic monopoly? The pattern of Zhejiang City is more similar. The site returns to the fields. After hearing the two models and prices reported by Shi Yin, a rustling whisper suddenly sounded in the delegation. Previously, the rabbits promised each refugee 4 mu of land per person, and a family of 3 could have 12 mu of land, but because many families have long been broken up, the actual average number of mu per household should be around 10 mu. In the ancient context, 50 mu of land could be called a landlord, so the average of 10 mu of land per household is indeed quite attractive. This is also the reason why nearly 10,000 refugees signed up, and not everyone has the opportunity to see the power of the rotary tiller in advance like Yang Baocheng. At this moment, hearing that a rotary tiller can cultivate 30 to 50 mu of land, some farmer representatives immediately began to think about renting a rotary tiller with others. After all, the Great Mo realm is different from the mainland. A Great Mo day has 168 hours, either day or night. There is no such thing as wasting time at night. Seeing that many people in the delegation were already beginning to feel uneasy, Shi Yin led everyone to another field. At this time, the ground of this cultivated field had already been loosened, and another steel giant was moving on it with a beep-beep sound. Every time the giant moved, some seeds would fall evenly and accurately from its tail into the field. Seeing this, everyone's breath stagnated again. Although the process of manual sowing is much simpler than manual loosening of the soil, it is still a laborious job. Now that this machine can replace manual sowing, how much more can it save? Looking at the Damoji natives who were stunned again, Shi Yin's eyes flashed with a smile, and he continued to introduce, the machine you see is called a precision mulching seeder. Like a rotary tiller, it does not require spiritual stones and is also a type of mechanical tool belonging to the modern agricultural machinery group. Its function is very simple, that is, sowing. In addition to seeders and rotary tillers, we also have harvesters, threshers and a series of farming machinery, which are collectively called farming modules. With the assistance of these farming modules, even if you are not very skilled, it is easy to cultivate 7 or 8 acres of land a day. Once you have mastered it, it is completely possible to cultivate 30 to 50 acres a day. Hearing this, a strong woman in the delegation raised her hand and asked, "Sister, how much grain can our land produce?" Shi Yin thought about it and replied, "About 400 kilograms per mu." The strong woman was immediately shocked. 400 kilograms? How is this possible? 1 mu of spiritual field can only produce 200 or 300 kilograms of rice. Shi Yin smiled mysteriously when she heard that, and took out a small bag from her side. "Sister, have you heard of Jinkei law?" Note: regarding the question about road construction asked the day before yesterday, many big guys talked about the process, but didn't say how long it would take. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. I will rethink the outline today and it will be almost done. I will definitely not lose much due to accidents. Thank you all. Chapter 253, the chapter number is too subtle to be titled. Little known. In ancient times, the yield of land was not high. In addition to the limited output caused by wars, natural disasters and poor crop types, there was another very critical reason. That is because there were no chemical fertilizers in ancient times. The fertilizers used in ancient China were basically very extensive farmyard manure with low nutrient density. That is, the feces and urine of humans and animals, at most adding some long-term fermentation processes, which is commonly known as composting. But it is worth mentioning that even such a crude early means was the first one we started using among many ancient dynasties. When our ancestors were working hard with their burdens on the horizon, the ancient dynasties in the West were still looking at the excrement in the city with a blank face, not knowing how to deal with it. The habit of free feces throwing by medieval Europeans lasted for hundreds of years and did not change until the 12th century, which also provided a comfortable breeding ground for the spread of the Black Death. Otherwise, how do you think high heels and perfume were invented? There is a book called The Taste of the Middle Ages, written by a foreigner. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Throughout world history, the only civilization whose drainage and excretion system can be compared with ours is the ancient Greek Minoan civilization, and it must be said that the Minoan civilization's water conservancy foundation is indeed good. In ancient China, only the Song dynasty can be said to be a sure win, and it is not easy to find other dynasties that can compete with it. In fact, if you look for civilizations that are similar to ours in development at a certain point, or even superior in some aspects, you can find a few examples, but they have all been discontinued without exception. The amazing thing about Chinese civilization is not that it has always been the world's number one, but that it can maintain its top echelon while continuing its heritage, and has never been interrupted. Of course, this is also related to the size of the civilization's territory. Even in the Mycenaean kingdom period, the so-called Minoan peak, its territory is the scope of the current Crete island plus the Aegean Sea, and the land area is about 9,800 square kilometers. Well, less than 10,000 square kilometers. The smallest territory in our ancient times was more than 300,000 square kilometers. As for the size of the core cities of both sides, it is not even worth mentioning. They are not of the same level at all. To be honest, in terms of the scale of the city, except for Rome, they are all younger brothers. Therefore, the difficulty of the water conservancy and drainage facilities of both sides is also different in terms of the coverage area. Let's return to the topic of fertilizers. Perhaps some people will be curious. Why did Yuchi County City, which obviously had a group of time-traveling ancestors, never develop fertilizers? The reason is very simple. Fertilizer is a chemical industry with a wide range of foundations but a relatively low threshold. It is too difficult for non-professionals to climb the technology tree. In theory, if you can make fertilizers, you can make biochemical weapons and drugs. Among the time-traveling people, there were soldiers, blacksmiths, and teachers, but there was no chemical engineer. In this case, Wei Siming, Cheng Shiking and others had to travel for more than 10 years to build the city. It was still very difficult to make achievements in fertilizers. So it's no wonder that Wei Siming and others are not motivated. This is indeed a field beyond their ability. The earliest use of fertilizers in China began in 1963. At first, we mainly applied nitrogen fertilizers, and the main varieties were ammonium sulfate and urea. At that time, we did not have the ability to produce ammonium sulfate and urea in large quantities, so we imported them from our neighbors who had a miserable life and eye problems in Europe. In 1963, the local import of nitrogen fertilizer was 300,000 tons, and the import peak reached 2.16 million tons in 1968. As for then, some people had a brain twitch one day, and we were suddenly stuck. So those predecessors rolled up their sleeves and began to try to produce ammonium sulfate, ammonium carbonate, and urea. Now we are the world's largest nitrogen fertilizer producer. It's another story of being forced to fight back. Why do you mess with rabbits? In the field of agriculture, once fertilizers are used, the output is really turned upside down. It is normal for the yield per mu of land without fertilizers and land with fertilizers to be 1 to 2 times different. At this moment, Shi Yin, who has transformed from a tour guide to an agricultural consultant again, is introducing the uses of fertilizers to Tian Bao Cheng and others. Of course, Jin Kayla and the like were just jokes. At this time, we must promote our own SYNOPSIS fertilizer, a state-owned enterprise with a good reputation. Everyone, this package of simple fertilizer in my hand is one of the best fertilizers at present, much better than your own compost. With this fertilizer, we can guarantee that everyone's yield per mu of land will not be less than 300 kilograms. As soon as Shi Yin's words came out, it was like a one falling into a pile of zeros, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Before the delegation arrived here, the rabbits only gave the number of acres of land that each person could get, and did not mention the specific output value of each acre of land to the farmers. After all, words are not enough, and without the comparison of rotary tillers and seed drills, it is easy to be thought of as exaggeration. On the other hand, the farmers did not ask much about this. Because in their cognition, arable land is nothing more than two types, can be planted and cannot be planted. According to the idea of most representatives, including the thin man, if the fields they see are the kind of dry and cracked slag piles that have been sucked of the soil and human vitality by the two-headed bull, then they will never agree to move. But if the farmland you see can barely produce crops, then go back and tell everyone, sign together and work hard to cultivate the land. If you have to say there is an expectation, there must be one, otherwise the thin man would not have clamored to see the land. But this expectation is at most the difference between a good field and a bad field, and the yield per mu is about 10 or 20 caddies. After all, this is the limit of their cognition. So when they suddenly heard Shi Yin's 300 caddies per mu yield, the representatives immediately had different opinions. For example, in the area where Tian Baocheng was located, several representatives expressed their opinions. Impossible, how could there be such a high harvest? The person who said this was an old man in his 70s, who was honest but also a little shrewd. He used to be a village head. He was fair and understanding, so he had high prestige in the delegation. At this moment, he said confidently, I was a village head in Donglan City, and my father was also a village head before Sichuan City was broken. I have seen low-grade fields, high-grade fields, and top-quality fields, but no family can have such a high harvest. Older people are like this. They have formed inherent ideas about many things and they are extremely difficult to shake. Beside him, the thin man who had asked about the location of the field before hesitated for a while and said, Uncle Jin, I believe you, I have never seen seeds that can produce 300 kilograms per mu. But I also think that there is no reason for the Chinese to lie to us, right? If they want to cheat us, can't they just force us to press our fingerprints or take action in the city? Is it worth it to go through so much trouble? Another tall man thought for a while and said, could it be that those people are afraid that if they take action in the city, they will scare away other people in the city, so they lead us here? Just like leeks, growing in batches, and the ones in the city are leeks with roots that will never break. Hearing this, Tian Baocheng, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help it and took the initiative to say, Brother, do you know how many of us have applied for the return home program this time? Seeing the man shaking his head, Tian Baocheng gestured a number, more than 13,000 people. Even if those Chinese people want to do something, can they swallow up more than 10,000 people silently? We went out of the city to farm, and we would go back to the city whenever we had something to do. According to what you said, our group of people were taken away, and none of the more than 10,000 people returned to the city. Would other people in the city not notice anything unusual? That's the reason. The old head of the village touched his beard and said, but I have never heard of 300 kilograms of grain being produced in this scene since I was a child. Seeing that the voices of the people talking were getting louder and louder, and there were signs of losing control for a while, Shi Yin quickly winked at the service personnel next to him. Soon, the service personnel came over with a few baskets of rice ears. Note, today we will resume 2 updates, and tomorrow we will update 3 times. Please vote for the monthly ticket. The double monthly ticket will be available until the 4th. This month, I will work hard to update more, and the words will not be less than 180,000. There will be a separate chapter for monthly tickets later. Chapter 254, Difficulty in Counting Rice. At the edge of the farmland, the service personnel quickly placed several baskets of rice in front of Shi Yin. Shi Yin thanked them politely and picked up the microphone to speak. But perhaps it was because the microphone had been placed too long and too close to the speakers. As soon as the girl said the first word big, a sharp hissing sound came from the speakers, which startled everyone present. It's quite interesting to say that this situation seems to be the standard for leaders' speeches. Regardless of whether they were born in the 1990s or the 1990s, or whether they were East, West, or North. Who hasn't encountered this kind of microphone howling that can sweep the entire venue when listening to the principal's speech on the playground during their school days? But it was a coincidence. As the howling sounded, hundreds of representatives quieted down almost at the same time, and the noisy scene was unexpectedly brought under control. Seeing this, Shi Yin coughed lightly, picked up a handful of rice ears from the basket, and said, Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me first, okay? After she finished speaking, she swept her eyes horizontally and happened to see the old head of the village, so she handed the microphone to him. Old man, It seems that you have planted a lot of land, right? Can you tell me how many ears you have seen on a rice plant at most? How many ears are the most common? The old head of the village said that he had served as a head of the village, but his social circle was limited to that 1.5 villages, and his knowledge was only slightly higher than ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have run away as a refugee. Therefore, when he suddenly saw a big shot like Shi Yin coming to him to ask questions, the old head of the village could not help but become a little embarrassed, and his voice was much lower than before. I have seen 4 ears at most, 1 main ear and 3 tillers, and the most common is 2 to 3. Shi Yin nodded when she heard this, and turned to ask everyone, is this the case for everyone? Everyone nodded or responded in a scattered manner. After having a clear mind, Shi Yin began to call out candidates in the crowd, old man, that big brother, and that big sister over there, and the fellow villagers who I called out, please stand in front. Shi Yin called out 15 people in various directions, including the old man of the village and Tian Baocheng. Tian Baocheng and the others looked at each other in confusion and walked in front of Shi Yin obediently. After they came up, Shi Yin pointed to the baskets of rice and said, the rice in these baskets is the new type of rice that we will promote to everyone. You can count how many rice ears there are in this basket, and others can help count together. Don't worry if you can't see the situation in the back, we also have pictures on the screen. Fellow villagers, you can start. Tian Baocheng and others heard the words, and hesitantly picked up a handful of rice one after another. Although they were a little embarrassed, they were still curious about what was special about the rabbit's new rice. As a result, as soon as the rice was picked up, Tian Baocheng was stunned. Although he hadn't counted them in detail, he could be sure with just a glance that the number of rice ears in his hand would not be less than 7. In addition, the grains on these rice ears were full, without any signs of shriveling. Tian Baocheng pinched them with great skill, and a crystal clear and full rice grain popped out. Seeing this, he took a deep breath and began to count slowly and seriously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 1, 2, 3. The more Tian Baocheng counted, the heavier his breathing became, and his fingers were shaking in the end. As a farmer, he knew what this meant. It was not only Tian Baocheng who had a heavier breathing, but also others. At this time, these representatives among the representatives were like climbing a mountain with a heavy load, panting like a cow, but holding the rice tightly with both hands. There was also a middle-aged man in his early 30s with gray hair. He collapsed to the ground while counting rice, tears streaming down his cheeks. Dad, Erwa, Laozan, you died unjustly. If you had rice, why would you sell your bodies to the Jin family and eat the guanine soil? The big tears fell to the ground, bursting into tiny drops, and also brought back the memories of the people. Among the more than 400 people present, who didn't have a few people who died of famine? Although they were counting rice, it was like climbing the shoe road, counting the endless bitterness of the past. After more than 10 minutes, the old head of the village put down the rice first. At this time, his face was like a human-shaped self-propelled fan-shaped diagram, with 3 parts of bitterness, 3 parts of shock, 3 parts of surprise and 1 part of shame. 143 rice plants, at least 7 rice ears, most of them are 9 to 10. Tian Baocheng on the side nodded and echoed, my own is about the same, the least is 8 ears, and the most is 11 per plant. It was not just Tian Baocheng's 2 village heads who felt shocked and mixed. To be precise, almost all the farmer representatives present had fallen into silence at this time. Don't forget that the scene of the 15 representatives counting rice was broadcast live to the back row. The previous doubts and conspiracy theories had long disappeared. Instead, there were trembling bodies, clenched fists, and slightly red eyes due to excitement. This basket of rice is obviously not a spiritual material and cannot be planted in a spiritual field. Except for spiritual fields, ordinary fields, whether they are top-grade fields or top-grade fertile fields, cannot produce rice with this number of rice ears. As for the Chinese people preparing some props to act and deceive, to paraphrase Tian Baocheng, is it worth it? The more rice ears there are, the higher the rice polishing rate is. That is, the more rice grains a rice plant can produce. If this kind of rice can be planted on a large scale, then the 300 kilograms per mu yield mentioned by the Chinese people is completely possible. Seeing that the farmers' representatives were no longer full of doubt, Shi Yin's inner villain gave a year and then said, fellow villagers, have you all counted the rice ears? Is it much better than what you usually harvest? This time, The farmers' representatives were no longer scattered like they answered before. They were so excited that they said at the same time, "Yes, it's much higher than what we planted before. That's right, girl. Can everyone get this rice seed?" Yin stretched out her hand and pressed down, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Everyone calm down. This rice is a new variety we introduced from Zhejiang City. And every household can get it. Each rice plant can have at least 7 ears. As long as everyone plants according to our guidance, each mu can harvest at least 300 kilograms. Hearing this, the farmers' representatives immediately started discussing again. Introducing new rice varieties from Zhejiang City was naturally an excuse to appease the farmers. To be honest, this reason actually has some loopholes. That is, why would Zhejiang City sell you this kind of bug-level crop that increases production? But this loophole is generated at the macro level, which means that you must have experience in coordinating cities. With the knowledge of the peasant representatives, it is basically impossible to have such doubts in the short term. This is the limitation of people's wisdom and cognition. Let alone this kind of peasants in the ancient background. Wasn't it the same in China in the 1970s and 1980s? At that time, due to the lack of understanding of foreign countries, most ordinary people's cognition of European countries was like this. People's refrigerators and TVs were changed casually, and they would throw them into the garbage dump after accumulating more than a dozen. Many students studying abroad earned money by picking up these garbage. Some of the diligent pickers even entered the 4 modernizations in advance. There are also traditional lathes and milling machines. At the beginning, the 18 arhats missed the opportunity to use Mao 800p to find others because they blindly trusted the excuse of foreigners, which saved them millions of dollars. And the next door Neon took advantage of this to cheat $13 million. Millions of dollars in 1979. What is the concept? It's like this in the 1970s and 1980s in China, let alone these refugees in the Great Mo world. The existence of this kind of grain in a city more than 2,000 miles away, where a Yuanying realm cultivator was born and the ancestors, completely meets their yearning for this super city. So after hearing that the grain seeds came from Zhejiang City, the farmers' representatives accepted this reason almost without hesitation. So this is the grain seed from Zhejiang City. No wonder it is so awesome. The same figure of 300 kilograms per mu, only more than 40 minutes apart. The expressions of the farmers' representatives have changed from doubt to expectation. At this point, the rest of the process is very simple. Yin continued to take the representatives around, introduced them to the remaining aspects of the building layout, and ended the sightseeing process after 2 hours. According to the original plan, after about a big day, all the supporting facilities of the affiliated villages will be fully completed. At that time, the refugees will formally sign the village relocation agreement and obtain rural native place. Note, today will resume normal updates. Tomorrow there will be 3 updates, double monthly tickets in the last 30 hours. Everyone vote. Don't forget that there will be extra updates if the monthly ticket reaches the standard. Chapter 255 The final layout of the 5 villages. The exchange and sightseeing session of the farmers' delegation went very smoothly. It must be said that the confidence and expectation brought by counting rice ears were really enough. When the delegation returned to Chixin City, what they saw and heard quickly spread among the refugees. The representatives of this delegation were all highly credible figures among the refugees, so it took almost no effort to stabilize the emotions of more than 10,000 refugees as a whole. In fact, the influence of the delegation's experience was not limited to this. In addition to the refugees who had originally decided to return to the fields, some refugees who were determined to stay in the city changed their attitudes after hearing the relevant news and turned around to write down their family names on the return home form. The rabbits were naturally very welcome to this. After all, there would never be too much food. With the expansion of the rabbits' territory, the consumption of food is also increasing. For example, Yangbai City has a demand of more than 60,000 people. Even if the original farming system of Yangbai City is deducted, the food gap is at least 10,000 or 20,000. If possible, the rabbits would like everyone in the entire Chixin City to farm. At the same time, Shi Zhehan was also in the camp making the final report to Lin Li before the completion of the affiliated villages. Captain Lin, of the 6 villages that we assisted Qi County in planning, except for the new village that belongs to us, the other 5 villages have entered the final finishing stage. This is the latest progress list of each infrastructure. The headquarters can almost start preparing for the information access issues of the villages. Lin Li nodded and took the report from Shi Zhehan. According to the results of the headquarters discussion, in addition to the new village that belongs to the rabbits, the 5 villages affiliated with Qi County this time were named Dalishu Village, Jianjia Village, Hangao Village, Wohu Village, and Xiaowa Village. These 5 villages are located in the east, west, and south of Qi County, and Dalishu Village is the village that the delegation had visited before. Then Shi Zhehan continued, "We have already entered the stage of making the villagers' native places. In addition to the new area, a total of more than 13,000 villager certificates will be printed. Among these 5 villages, Jianjiazhuang and Wahazhuang will mainly gather in clans. The other 3 villages are composed of individuals in the second suit of the 5 suits, that is, the blood relationship of the great-grandfathers. In other words, a villager in these 3 villages will normally have only 2 blood relatives. There are about 200 kinship modules in each village. This ratio is similar to the ratio of the villages established after crossing Guangdong. There are acquaintances, but more are strangers." After listening to Shi Zhehan's report, Lin Li nodded slightly. Among the batches of refugees that the rabbits had taken in before, there were 2 super large clusters of more than 2,000 refugees, who came from 2 surrounding cities that were breached by the beast tide. Most of these refugees are related to each other, and they belong to the largest family group in the mortal world that the rabbits have encountered so far. Considering the strong desire of these refugees to stick together. Therefore, after consultation between the headquarters and the core layer, it was finally decided to gather these 2 large bloodline groups into 2 family villages. Such villages have an advantage, that is, they can quickly settle down and adapt to the environment, and quickly put into production work. As for the clan power that may be generated, it is really not a big problem. Local clans are indeed a long-standing problem in the local area, and I don't know how many township leaders have been worried about it. In recent years, due to the construction of new rural areas, it is relatively better. In the early years, I don't know how many clan fights have occurred for the ownership of water sources, forests, and arable land. It can be said that 70% of the things in rural areas are conflicts between clans. But the Great Mo realm is different. First of all, the Great Mo realm has extraordinary power, and now it is a time of chaos. The possibility of clan members wanting to become local overlords or local emperors is infinitely close to 0. If they really have that ability, more than 2,000 people will not flee all the way due to hunger. For example, Jianjiazhuang. According to the information obtained by the headquarters, Jianjiazhuang originally belonged to a city called Fueling City, and it has a family history of more than 100 years. But when the beast tide came, didn't they have to flee with their tails between their legs? The situation of Crouching Tiger Village was a little more special. Although the city they originally belonged to was breached, many direct bloodlines of the subordinate family survived because the beast tide retreated early. In the process of rebuilding the city, the family took a fancy to the undamaged farmland of Crouching Tiger Village, so they forcibly drove the entire village away. It is worth mentioning that at that time, the other party only dispatched an 8th-level cultivator. In the face of the extraordinary power represented by cultivators and monsters, the local clans at the mortal level really have no resistance. Unless you can become a cultivator family like the Wei Mansion, then it is possible to turn from a fish meat into an executioner, and Jianjiazhuang and Crouching Tiger Village obviously do not have this possibility. The second reason is even simpler. Qi County City has rabbits sitting in it. With the wall-hanging character of the rabbits, who are the true disciples of the Fengling Yuang sect, is it possible for the clan power to develop? There is no need to be so despicable as eavesdropping. A few public cameras are enough to make your little thoughts know where to hide. Therefore, compared with the stability and unity brought by clan power, the potential hidden dangers of clan power are nothing. Then Lin Li continued to ask, "Director Shi, have the village heads of these villages been selected?" Shi Zhehan nodded, indicating that Lin Li could turn over the materials in his hand and see. At present, the village heads of our 5 villages have all been selected. Among them, Jianjiazhuang and Wahazhuang are temporarily headed by their original heads for stability. The village head of Jianjiazhuang is named Jian Xiaolang, who used to be a city guard. The owner of Wahazhuang is a cultivator whose cultivation was abolished, named Jeshianba. After arriving in the city, he was assigned to move bricks at the construction site, and was selected for the second batch of worker training classes because of his good performance. During this period, under the influence of the training class instructor, he has taken the initiative to change his name to Zhejianjin and applied for enlistment. As for the village heads of the other 3 villages, we adopt a management method of sending special commissioners to serve and assisting the elders. Several special commissioners are experienced old comrades at the grassroots level, and there are no major problems in dealing with people and adaptability. Anyway, Qi County is very close to the villages, so we can contact each other at any time if there's anything. As for the remaining new village, it may take another month to be completed. Lindley nodded slightly after hearing this. According to the agreement between the rabbits and Qi County, one of the 6 villages will be owned entirely by the rabbits. This is also the first real residential area established by the rabbits in the Great Mo realm. After all, whether it was the Zenhero camp or the military base, their scientific research functions had to overshadow the residential nature, and topics such as economy were out of the question. Therefore, the rabbits are still very concerned about the new area. Both the long-term planning and the scale of construction are far beyond the reach of other villages. Even the villagers who moved into the new area were finally selected after many selections by the organization. Basically, they are honest and hard-working farmers and workers, and there are no idle people like rogues. After all, it is the first time, and the sense of ceremony must be sufficient. Then Shi Zhehan thought of something, patted his head lightly, and said, "Captain Lin, there is another question I almost forgot to mention. That is, according to the output of the existing agricultural machinery factory in Qi County, I am afraid that there will be a relatively large gap in agricultural equipment after the village is built. So do we need to report to the local area and ask the local area to support more agricultural equipment, just as Shi Zhehan said? At present, the agricultural machinery factory in Qi County has just started construction, and the output of small agricultural machinery factories is quite limited. There are more than 13,000 villagers, and if we calculate based on 3 people per family, the equipment demand is more than 4,000 households. This gap is not small, so Shi Zhehan's idea is still quite reasonable." However, to Shi Zhehan's surprise, Lindley shook his head and rejected his proposal. "It's better not to ask for support from the mainland. First of all, most of our carrying capacity has been used to transport spiritual energy between the 2 worlds recently. In addition, the antenna arrays and base stations needed in Zhejiang City also need to be transported. In addition, the coal mine has not yet officially started mining and production. A batch of coal must be transported from the mainland to the Damuo realm every day. There is no need to add an extra burden. Secondly, since we have chosen to develop the 5 small industries in the Damuo realm, the entire industrial system should be formed naturally. It doesn't matter if there are fewer machines. At most, everyone can take turns to use them. We are not in urgent need of food." Speaking of the agricultural machinery factory, Lindley suddenly thought of something and asked Shi Zhehan, "By the way, Director Shi, have you met Director Qin of the agricultural machinery factory?" Shi Zhehan nodded. "Are you talking about Director Qin Hai? I met him when I handed over the project. I heard that he is also an old industrialist." Lindley smiled and poured him a cup of tea, with a look of reminiscence on his face. This guy's past is not ordinary. He defeated many foreigners at the Paris exhibition. He had retired for several years, but this time he insisted on coming to the Great Mo realm. He is our national treasure. You must ensure the safety of Director Qin no matter what. By the way, there will be another Director Lin Zhenho coming to the Great Mo realm. You have to take care of him when the time comes. He is not young anymore." Shi Zhehan nodded and said solemnly, "Don't worry, everything is in my hands." While Lindley was talking to Shi Zhehan, the local side also officially started some actions. Note: 3 updates today. The last day for double monthly tickets 100 votes short of 1,000. If you reach 1,000, it will be 200,000 words this month. If you reach 1,200, it will be 220,000 words, and 1,400 will be 240,000 words. If you have monthly tickets, hurry up and vote. It's the last day. The nucleic acid test was done at 10 a.m. and ended at 2:30 a.m. I worked all night to write this chapter. It's 6 o'clock now, just in time for bed. I'll probably wake up at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. I will definitely do what I promised to do in 3 chapters, but I guess I'll have to do it all at night. Please give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 256, Difficulties of Local Cultivation. While Chixin City was finishing the village phase, the local side also officially started a long-planned project, spiritual root testing of selected local warriors. At this time, 5 months had passed since the rabbits discovered the light gate, which was not a short time. For example, the old tree at Wufan's Devour had already completed the transformation from lush branches and leaves to withered branches and leaves, just like a student who had just graduated from college and turned into a bald programmer. It has been 3 months since the development of the L17 practice system, and the Damo local spiritual energy transportation plan has been launched for more than 40 days. The current amount of spiritual energy stored in the local area is theoretically enough for 50,000 mortals to awaken their spirits and practice for 1 month. In addition, Xiao Yi, the strongest practitioner in the camp, had broken through to the 5th level of key training a few days ago, and was at the same level as Yuan Lao. These two people are the well-deserved first echelon of the camp at present. As for another mutant single spiritual root practitioner Ming Mao, he is still in a state of enlightenment. After all, the practice methods of deduction are different, and it cannot be based on realm alone. In addition to Xiao Yi and Yuan Lao, there are also many cultivators in the second echelon. Most of the 3 spiritual root warriors, represented by Lin Ziming and An He, have broken through to the 3rd level of key training. There are about 20 people in this group, and they are the backbone of the camp. As for the 3rd echelon, there are even more, including special combat soldiers Liu Ming, Chen Fei, Zhang Xin and others. More than 244 spiritual root warriors have broken through to the 1st level of key training, and a small number of them have been promoted to the 2nd level of key training. If nothing unexpected happens, within 1 or 2 Damo days, the number of people in the 3rd echelon will exceed the threshold of 500. So far, the L17 cultivation system and the mass-produced Kailing pill have achieved a relatively good effect in the Damo world. In addition to the assistance of Patriarch Wei and Wei Fan and other people, as well as various materials collected by the rabbits themselves, it can be said that the stage of key training has become very transparent. For example, the previous divine thoughts. After confirming that the divine thoughts are related to the pineal gland, the new drug research center produced a new hormone at the experimental end a few days ago. This new hormone can slightly promote the secretion of the pineal gland. Theoretically, once it passes the tests of all parties, the spiritual consciousness of the practitioners may be greatly enhanced. Of course, this is still just a direction or a prototype. It has not passed the animal experiment yet, let alone the human body. It can only be said that there is such a possibility. This is the advantage of the technology side. When the cause and effect relationship of things is known, technical means can be used to attack the direction. If it fails, it means that the current level of technology is insufficient. At least the theoretical basis can be understood. In addition to the spiritual consciousness, there is only one secret that the rabbits have not yet solved in the key training period, that is, the refining of the life instrument that can be carried out at the 7th level of key training. Therefore, under the above premises, the core layer finally decided, start the local practice plan. The local practice plan is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is to conduct qualification tests on the selected warriors, and select suitable candidates from them to enter the L17 practice system for practice. If there are particularly cutting-edge geniuses, they will be further sent to the Damo world for practice. The number of preliminary candidates in the first phase will not exceed 300,000. They are all top loyal warriors. It is normal for them to disappear for 1 or 2 years. In the end, only 50,000 people can really practice. The second phase is to promote it to the whole team. The second phase is a continuous task. It will not popularize millions or even more warriors at once. The scale is about 100,000 and increase in sequence. The location is still in the local area. When it reaches the level of more than 3 million members, it is basically the same as the official public release, and it can be seamlessly connected to the 3rd phase plan. Yes, the 3rd phase plan is to popularize it to the whole people. This is a very long-term plan, and it is basically impossible to expect it to be realized in the short term. According to the 3-year period previously formulated, it will take at least 2.5 years. 2.5 years is enough to train a basketball trainee. Moreover, even if the rabbits want to popularize it to the whole people, the problem of the source of local spiritual energy must be solved first. After all, it can't rely entirely on transportation from the Great Mo realm, right? The weight of gas is a very subtle concept. Take the local area as an example. As we all know, atmospheric pressure can be considered as the gravity of the atmosphere, and the pressure per unit area on the ground can be considered as the gravity of the air column per unit area. According to the pressure formula P equals ms, where m is the total mass of the atmosphere, s is the surface area of the Earth, and p is the atmospheric pressure. Known, P equals 1 kg cms equals 510 million square kilometers equals 510 million x 1000 meters x 1000 meters equals 510 million x 1000 x 100 centimeters x 1000 x 100 centimeters equals 510 million x 10 square centimeters equals 5.1 x 10 x 10 square centimeters equals 5.1 x 10 square centimeters. So substituting into the formula, we can calculate m equals psm equals 1 kg cm x 5.1 x 10 cm equals 5.1 x 10 kg. In other words, the total weight of the Earth's atmosphere is 500 trillion tons, accounting for 1% of the mass of the planet. Every day, hundreds of tons of air are lost to the universe. The potential energy has changed at a microscopic level, but under macroscopic conditions, have you ever found that the Earth has any influence on the stellar environment? In the past 10 years, the Earth has only moved 0.0053 millimeters away from the Sun. Therefore, if you transport hundreds of millions or even billions of tons of spiritual energy from the Great Mo realm to the mainland, there is really no problem at all. Planetary potential energy is not as fragile as a sign. But on the other hand, why is the mass of the atmosphere so subtle? Because when this demand is expanded to the general public, the entire concept of the base number will change. No one knows what consequences this will have. On a smaller scale, the planet is stable in the radial direction. For the movement in a central potential field, not only the total mechanical energy is required to be conserved, but also the angular momentum is required to be conserved. If a planetary potential energy is inexplicably reduced on a macro scale, the orbit of the particle motion in the potential field will lose stability, and you may get a boom boom boom. On a larger scale, potential energy always tends to increase, because generally energy conforms to the principle of entropy increase. Planets cannot rotate around stars forever, and most of the matter on a planet will drift away from the star in the universe after a supernova explosion. Therefore, when a certain base number of gases weighing hundreds of trillions or even trillions is transported to the Earth, and the Great Mo realm does not increase kinetic energy due to the loss of potential energy, the consequences will be even more mysterious. It is possible that even two universes will be cold. This is something that no one can say for sure. Therefore, the quality of the atmosphere is very subtle, and we cannot ignore the magnitude to get the wool. Unless the rabbits can superimpose another effective potential on the intentional potential, otherwise the popularization of the local people is basically out of the question. This is the biggest difficulty that local cultivation will encounter from a macro perspective. In addition, there are also problems such as the optimization of spiritual roots. After all, the innate fixed qualifications are somewhat unfavorable. Once it is not controlled well, it may be a big deal. We have finally broken the previous shackles, and we can't take the initiative to put on another one, right? Just like the college entrance examination, at least we have to build a platform so that everyone has the qualifications to participate. Otherwise, what is the matter with 80% of the 5 spiritual roots watching the other 20% of people practice? Therefore, let's not talk about single spiritual roots and double spiritual roots. After all, there are special groups like geniuses everywhere. But it is not too much to optimize the 5 spiritual roots into 4 spiritual roots and let everyone have a most basic starting line for practice, right? At least, there shouldn't be a situation where a person with 5 spiritual roots needs to take 20 or 30 spiritual awakening pills before he can get started. Of course, this is also a social issue that will only be considered at a later stage. At present, the rabbits have just taken the first step, and universal popularization is still in the theoretical stage for the time being, and it is not a practical difficulty that must be solved. At this moment, the link that the rabbits really need to face is the spiritual root detection of the warriors. On December 19, 2022, the first round of local internal spiritual root detection officially began. Note, the second update is here, and I will go to code the third update now. Please vote for the monthly ticket, double the last 6 hours. I'm recommending a new book by the Dreamcatcher boss, The Abnormal Collector. Needless to say, the quality of the veteran author is naturally excellent, and it's not a good new book. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Local Spiritual Root Testing. 2022, the 28th day of the winter month of the lunar calendar. Avoid bed installation and drum casting, and everything else is fine. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 19th, in a military system hospital on the Western Front. At this moment, Director Feng from the National Office of Major Technical Equipment is walking in a corridor of the hospital with Feng Horan, the dean of the hospital. Director Feng first looked up at the situation outside the window. Today, the entire hospital is no longer open to external patients. Then he said to Feng Horan, "Dean Feng, is everything ready?" Feng Horan nodded vigorously and answered very affirmatively, "Director Feng, since we received the order from the Superior Department half a month ago, we have secretly started to prepare for this project. It just so happens that because of the previous mobilization drills, the large-scale physical examination in the second half of this year has not started. This time, we will take advantage of the physical examination to conduct a physical examination for the entire army, cough cough, and the entire department, and by the way, interspersed with a detection of spiritual root qualifications." Director Feng heard this and nodded with satisfaction. It has been introduced before. The first phase of the local cultivation plan formulated by the rabbits is divided into two stages, the preliminary selection and the final selection. 300,000 soldiers will participate in the preliminary selection. After testing their spiritual root qualifications, the best 50,000 will be selected to enter the L-17 cultivation system for cultivation. The whole process is not complicated, especially in the preliminary selection stage. I wonder if there are any students who are not familiar with it. At the time of the Battle of Xiaolianzi Mountain, in order to cover up the transfer of 3 brigade-level units such as Longxing, the rabbits once conducted a large-scale exercise on the Western Front. At that time, in order to attract the attention of some people, the rabbits also deliberately disclosed several new equipment. The troops that performed the exercise mission at that time were naturally the elite of the elite, and they definitely met the selection criteria this time. According to convention, this kind of elite troops must undergo a large-scale physical examination every 6 months. This is the same in any country at home and abroad, unless there is a special mission. And by chance, the original exercise happened to be a special mission. So, because of the drill, the routine physical examination of this large number of elite soldiers, which was originally scheduled to be carried out in September, was delayed. The soldiers met the selection criteria, but they just missed the physical examination. Do you think the rabbits can miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, after a series of preparations, this batch of soldiers finally ushered in the routine physical examination again today. This is why the preliminary selection is easier than the final selection. The physical examination is the kind that there will be no abnormalities if it is made public. Unless you have the ability to see through. Of course, out of caution. The rabbit still staged a show in the south this time, which is the standard at the end of each year anyway. It's better to keep a low profile. According to the arrangement of the core layer, the routine process of this physical examination must be carried out as usual. After all, the previous physical examination has not been done. However, there will be an additional sensory test item during this physical examination, and the soldiers will not be informed of anything. The doctor will ask each soldier to wear an eye mask and then take them to a table. There are more than a dozen glassware of different shapes on the table. There are triangles, squares, irregular hexahedrons, etc., as well as a spiritual source ball. Each soldier will be asked to touch different tools in turn, each time for 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds, he will tell the physical examiner the approximate shape and size of the object. The entire project has 5 rounds, which means that each soldier will touch 5 tools. The physical examiner will tell each soldier that this is a sensory test, which is to test each person's ability to compose without vision and judgment. Just like color blindness, it is a very basic test item. According to the arrangement, among the 5 tools touched by each soldier, there must be a spiritual source ball, and the other 4 are relatively random. The spiritual root test only takes 2 or 3 seconds, and 10 seconds is enough for the tester to get an accurate answer. The reason for choosing 5 touches of different objects is mainly to prevent the soldiers from finding out that each person has only touched one spiritual source ball when chatting afterwards, thereby avoiding possible trouble. Although most soldiers probably won't care too much even if they talk about this matter during a conversation, they are afraid of everything. There is no way, the rabbit is so stable. This time, No more than 20 people in each system hospital knew the inside story, and at least 15 of them were members of the Xinhao team who returned from the Great Mo realm to check qualifications and provide technical support, plus a special commissioner like Director Feng. There were only 2 or 3 people who were truly affiliated with a hospital system, and these few were absolutely reliable members of the system, qualified to support the Great Mo realm at any time. The site returned to the hospital. Director Feng and Fang Hao walked and talked, and soon came to the dean's office. The time was 8:17 in the morning. When the two came to the office, there was already an information team in the dean's office to handle information matters. Now the communication means in the hospital have been routinely isolated, and only the dean's office has the ability to contact the outside world. In addition to this information team, there are also relevant guides in several halls of the hospital. At this moment, the center of the information team screen showed 6 circles the size of mineral water bottle caps, 4 of which were already displayed in green, and the remaining 2 were black. After entering the dean's office, Director Feng asked Li Wei, the leader of the information team, "Xiao Li, are you all ready?" Li Wei nodded and replied, "Director Feng, the guidance, technology, and communication modules are all ready. Do you want to express your willingness to stand by?" Director Feng took a deep breath and said decisively, "Express your willingness." Upon hearing this, Li Wei quickly pressed a red key. As the key was pressed, the 5th black dot on the screen instantly turned green. And only the last black dot among the 6 circled dots did not change color. The last dot should be Xiao Yang from Gannon Road. There shouldn't be any accidents. Director Feng muttered to himself for a few words, and his palms were sweating. To be honest, at this point, there are really not many things that can make him so nervous. Then he walked to the window of the dean's office. At this moment, a large number of soldiers had gathered on the open space of the hospital and were waiting for orders, forming a neat long queue. As soon as the hall received the order, these soldiers would file in. The floor of the dean's office is not very high, and Director Feng is not like some funny people who like to lie on the bed and play with their mobile phones. His eyesight has always been very good, so he can clearly see the faces of each soldier. Resolute, indifferent but full of vitality, the dark face reveals a wild beauty. They did not realize what the significance of today's physical examination was. Due to the limited open space in the hospital, and the fact that the rabbits did not deliberately cover up the physical examination this time, several teams were lined up outside the hospital gate. Just as Director Feng was looking at the queue below, a father and daughter suddenly came to the hospital gate. Because the crowd was too far away, the father's age could not be seen. He might be 30 or 40. Of course, the possibility of being a 25-year-old programmer could not be ruled out. The daughter held by the father looked about 5 or 6 years old, biting a string of candied haws, and was very cute. When the father and daughter walked to the hospital gate, the little girl suddenly stopped and looked up at a dark-skinned little soldier. After a while, the little girl suddenly put her legs together and saluted the little soldier with a grunt. The little soldier was slightly startled when he saw this, then he raised his head and chest and returned the salute solemnly. After the salute, the little soldier smiled and rubbed the little girl's hair, and the two sides parted ways. Director Feng looked at this scene and suddenly smiled. Every little soldier has a big dream in his heart. He hopes to use his weak body to build a solid wall around the motherland. After today, some of them may no longer be the silent wall, but will become a tall building that can block the wind and clouds for the motherland. Just when Director Feng was a little absent-minded, Li Wei's somewhat excited voice came over. "Director Feng, all 6 preset points have expressed their opinions, and they can be tested." At the same time, an electronic ring on Director Feng's wrist also vibrated dee-da-da-da, dee-dee-da, dee-dee-da-dee-dee, dee-dit, dee-dee-da, dee-dit, dee-da, dee-dee-da, dee-dee-da, dee-dit, dee-da. After a moment, Director Feng took a deep breath, turned around, and said to Feng Horan, "Dean Feng, start the physical examination immediately." After Feng Horan left, Director Feng raised his head and looked up at the sky with expectation. "I only hope that I will be able to do this in my lifetime." Note, the 3rd update is here. The last 2 hours, please give me double the monthly votes. Tomorrow's first update will be in the afternoon, and I will see if the chapter will be blocked by then. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be my over-suspicion. Chapter 258, Eternal Decay. Friends who have participated in the physical examination of the army should know that the physical examination of the army is like the food of the kitchen class. The hardcore ones are simply terrible. Our ordinary physical examination is very simple, standardized, and internal medicine plus auxiliary items are done. If you spend a few hundred yuan to do the physical examination yourself, it will be relatively more detailed, and various adenine red blood cell concentrations can be reflected on the report. If it is a physical examination for students and employees, you can often encounter extremely perfunctory situations, and just press twice to stamp it. Even the kind of 3,000 yuan project physical examination is still a big gap compared to the physical examination of the army. The physical examination of the army is really using a magnifying glass to desperately find your loopholes. And the stronger the combat effectiveness of the army, the more hardcore this kind of examination is often. The kind of thing where more than a dozen people stand in a small room to check sensitive parts is simply too normal in the army. For fighter pilots and astronauts, the most advanced soldiers, not to mention the iris, sometimes they even have to check if your two O's are symmetrical. One side is too small. This description does not contain any ridicule or sexual thoughts. It is indeed a basic process. There are some experienced military doctors in the army who can even diagnose the shape of your kidneys by touching them. In addition, the army also squats and dilates the pupils to check the fundus. This is a process of dropping eye drops to dilate the pupils and then checking if there are any problems with the fundus. After the process is completed, you will feel like a StarCraft player. There is also a swivel chair, sitting on a horizontally rotating chair, swinging your head left and right with a beeping sound, and a series of extremely special inspection processes. Therefore, when the soldiers learned that a sensory test was added to the physical examination process, no one raised any objections in private. After Director Feng gave the order, the physical examination started quickly and in an orderly manner. Next batch, third row, second shift, get ready. Outside the sensory inspection room, the physical examiner shouted the name of his class. Chen Rong, the squad leader of the second squad belonging to a certain heroic company, immediately straightened his face and said to the several team members who had already lined up behind him, "Everyone follow, it's our turn." Then he led 9 soldiers to the entrance of the testing room and handed over the physical examination form of his class. Since the tester did not wear a military rank, he did not salute. "Hello, comrade, I am Chen Rong, the squad leader of the second squad of the 3rd platoon." The tester took the form, checked it and nodded. "Squad leader Chen, please follow me." Then he led everyone into the testing room. The sensory testing room is somewhat similar to the traditional CT room. After entering the main door, it does not lead directly to the room, but there is a waiting area of about 10 square meters. There are long seats on both sides of the waiting area, and at the end is a closed silver door. At this time, the red light on the door is flashing, indicating that another group of people are undergoing examinations inside. After arriving at the waiting area, the inspector pointed to the bench and said, "Comrades, please sit down first." The comrades from the first team just went in and may not come out for a while. "Yes, okay, thank you." Chen Rong nodded to the other party and asked all his team members to sit down. Since the physical examination is not a combat mission, the soldiers can talk freely during the physical examination, as long as it does not delay the normal physical examination time. Of course, the voice cannot be too loud, and the formation cannot be disrupted. At this time, everyone had nothing to do, so they started chatting casually. "Boss, we just had a round of drills some time ago. Will the garrison training in March next year still proceed normally?" Hearing the question from Hong Haiping, a soldier in the squad, Chen Rongxi quickly shook his head and said, "I was just about to tell you about this. Everyone should be mentally prepared." I asked the instructor and he said that the garrison training will not only not be postponed, but it is likely to be advanced a few days, so if you want to take leave, it is best to report in advance. Especially you, Xiao Zhao, if your girlfriend has a visit plan, ask her to come as early as January. We may set off for garrison training on Valentine's Day. The rabbit's troops are divided into 5 grades and 19 levels. There are no holidays for the 2 years of conscript stage. However, everyone present is an absolute elite soldier who has long left the status of conscripts. There are even several team members who are sergeants. Therefore, in addition to being allocated an outing quota sometimes, everyone is also eligible to apply for at least 20 days of home leave. Of course, it is said that this is not the case in practice. When it comes to the military category of Chen Rong and others, training is better than applying for personal leave. Or in other words, given their awareness, they generally won't take the initiative to ask for leave. Take Chen Rong's class as an example. The entire class, including Chen Rong, has a fixed number of 10 people, 9 of whom are single. The only one with a girlfriend is Xiao Zhao Pinglei, mentioned by Chen Rong earlier. This is also a pair of star-crossed lovers, one in the west and the other in the east, separated by 1,400 kilometers. However, even so, in the past 2 years, Zhao Pinglei's home leave has only added up to 8 or 9 days. An average of more than 4 days a year. And this is more than the total home leave that Chen Rong's entire class has applied for. It's not that they are indifferent and heartless, but that they are well aware of the heavy responsibilities on their shoulders. The badges on them have long become the beliefs in their hearts. For example, Chen Rong, as the squad leader of a grassroots unit under the main combat module of the army, second only to the Wanasha army, his individual combat quality can be said to be not much different from the traditional concept of the king of soldiers. At this point, if he is not really pursuing the sincere love in his heart, he can choose another way to live. Some ordinary soldiers may have difficulty finding a job after retirement, but Chen Rong and his men are not among them. As long as he is willing, there are plenty of people who would hire him to do the main security jobs that pay 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. For example, a large security company in Shanghai receives instructor-level security personnel with an average annual salary of 450,000 yuan each year, and some of them are not as good as Chen Rong in combat quality. His sight returned to the waiting area of the inspection room. Hearing Chen Rong's answer, Hong Haiping, who was asking the question, scratched his head and sighed. Ah, still stationed in advance for training? Well, I can't go home for another year. It is now the end of December. If the troops leave for training in advance next year, it means that Hong Haiping will have less than a month to apply for leave. Considering his level of junior non-commissioned officers, it is not easy to apply for personal leave. After all, there is a relevant regulation that the annual non-commissioned officer leave rate of each unit shall not be less than 90%. Hong Haiping then looked at Chen Rong and continued to ask, "Boss, are you going back this time? If you want to take a leave, you will definitely get it. Chen Rong can be a squad leader, so it goes without saying that he is a non-commissioned officer. Even if all non-commissioned officers apply for leave together, he will definitely get the leave successfully." However, what surprised everyone was that Chen Rong hesitated for a while and finally shook his head. "Forget it, next time." After saying this, Chen Rong's mood was inexplicably subtle. He was born in a small village in southern Yunnan. His grandfather had participated in the battle in 1979. At that time, his grandfather followed the team all the way to Langsan, and was unfortunately shot and killed, leaving Chen Rong's father an only son. Later, Chen Rong's father took over his father's baton and also became a glorious soldier. During the disaster in 1998, Chen Rong's father took the initiative to apply to go to the front line. After rescuing 3 people in the flood, he drowned and died of exhaustion. At that time, Chen Rong was just 1 month old. When Chen Rong grew up, he resolutely chose the same path as his father. Don't think this is a bloody character setting to sell sentimentality. This is something that actually happened in the local area, and there are more than one example. On the day Chen Rong joined the army, his mother accompanied him to the station. When they parted, she handed Chen Rong a handwritten letter from his father, who he had no impression of. On it were 4 words, "Never decay." These 4 words were written crookedly and extremely sloppily. It can be seen that his father was a man with little education but extremely stubborn. Later, Chen Rong's 8-year military career was full of bitterness and sweetness, joy and sorrow. During this period, he certainly went home to see his mother, and many times, and learned that everything was fine at home. But the last time he visited his mother was more than 2 years ago. If you count this year's New Year's Day, he hasn't been home for 3 years. As for the reason why Chen Rong didn't go home in the past 2 years, it was actually very simple. In the first year, he just became the squad leader and had to set an example in person, so he never asked for leave. At that time, he didn't even use up his quota for going out, let alone visiting his mother. The second year, Chen Rong broke his forearm at the end of the training, and he didn't want to worry his mother, so he dragged his home leave beyond the expiration date. Fortunately, his arm was not comminuted at that time, and the root was not injured, which allowed Chen Rong to stay in the team normally after recovering from the injury. This year he has the opportunity to go home, but for some reason, Chen Rong has a vague feeling in his heart. Whether it is the previous drills or the early training tomorrow, it seems to be different from previous years. Therefore, He hopes to use this time to exercise again and save his condition. Even if his premonition is wrong, it is always okay to strengthen his physical fitness. Just when Chen Rong was a little absent-minded, the silver door suddenly opened. Third row, second shift, it's your turn. I stayed up all night to write it. The monthly ticket deadline yesterday was 1,178, which means that 220,000 words will be added. An average of 7,000 per day is still enough. The next additional update plan is to update twice a day and 3 times a day, and it is estimated that 240,000 words will be updated for the whole month. Chapter 259. The first local person with a single spiritual root. Point 3 RD Platoon, 2nd Squad. After hearing the name of his team, Chen Rong's expression suddenly straightened, and then he clapped his hands to Zhao Pinglai and others like a basketball coach. Everyone hurry up and line up, it's our turn. After about 30 seconds, the silver door opened from the inside to the outside, and another team of soldiers walked out. These were the soldiers of the 3rd Platoon, 1st Squad who had gone through the sensory test before Chen Rong and others, and they were also the elite among the elites of the team. Chen Rong and others nodded to several acquaintances in the 1st Squad, and then walked into the test room under the guidance of the test personnel. The area inside the test room was about 300 square meters, a bit like the equipment room of a gymnasium. There were 2 square areas marked out by lines near the door, one white and one red. At the end of the 2 areas was a closed room. Obviously, the test would be conducted inside the room. After the entire 3rd Platoon, 2nd Squad was in place, a man in a white coat slowly walked towards the crowd. The man in the white coat had a square face and a burly figure. He looked like someone who would not change his expression even if the sky was falling. This kind of person is very common in the army. It's not that handsome, but he gives people a sense of reliability. The man in the white coat held a list in his hand. He walked in front of Chen Rong and others and said, "Comrades who have not been tested, please stand in the white area and wait. After the test is over, stand in the red area. You can leave together after all the tests are completed." "Who is Comrade Lin Hui?" Hearing the name announced by the white coat, a medium-sized soldier in the team stepped forward. "I am Lin Hui." The white coat nodded and motioned Lin Hui to follow him. When the two came to the outside of the closed room, another staff member handed Lin Hui something similar to an eye protector and instructed him to put it on. The two sides fiddled with it for about 20 to 30 seconds, and then Lin Hui was led into the house by the shoulder. After another 2 minutes, the door opened and Lin Hui walked out of the house with a normal look on his face. After walking to the red area in an orderly manner, Lin Hui winked at everyone and raised his eyebrows, indicating that the testing process was very simple and not difficult. However, due to the presence of outsiders and the relatively empty surroundings, Lin Hui's small movements were limited to this, and he did not use words to communicate the process. Then the white coat called again, "Zhao Pinglai, here, Fan Aishen, here, Chen Rong, here." In his name, Chen Rong hurriedly stepped forward, "Here." Then he was taken to the entrance of the room like the other team members and put on a mechanical eye mask. Just as Chen Rong put on the eye mask, in the testing room, a female researcher raised her head and said, "The biological light blocking feedback of experimental target number 1205 has been received. It is confirmed that the target has been blinded by light isolation. He can come in, soon." Chen Rong, wearing an eye mask, was led into the room by the staff. The room is paved with non-slip tiles, which have a strong grip, but the disadvantage is that the sound of walking will be very loud. Da, that's enough, stop." Hearing the command to stop, Chen Rong stopped immediately. Then he heard the staff's follow-up instructions. "Comrade Chen Rong, there is a table about 20 centimeters in front of you. Reach out and feel it." "Very good. Several glass objects will appear on the table later. Please describe their shapes and sizes after touching them. The relevant experiment will be carried out for 5 rounds, and you have 10 seconds of contact time in each round. In addition, these objects have no sharp edges and corners. You can touch them boldly without worrying about hand injuries. Do you understand the rules?" Chen Rong nodded. "I understand." "Then please put your hand on the table now. Be careful not to touch the table, and the table will open and the object will rise after 3 seconds. Chen Rong did it obediently. After a while, the table made a slight clicking sound. Soon, an object slowly rose from it. "Comrade Chen Rong, you can start touching." Hearing this, Chen Rong tentatively pointed his index finger downward. After touching a somewhat cold object, he directly covered the entire palm world. 10 seconds passed in a flash. Time is up. Please let go and describe the shape of this object. Chen Rong released his hand and organized his words. Report. This should be a glass human sculpture, about 30 centimeters tall. No, it should be a woman. I touched her hair. The tester's voice did not fluctuate, and he did not tell Chen Rong whether his judgment was correct or not. Please continue to prepare to touch the next item. Another 10 seconds. The high-footed glass common only seen in Western cuisine, the kind used to hold wine, is about 20 centimeters tall, and the base is 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Continue. With the first 2 touches of the object, Chen Rong's slightly nervous mood had completely relaxed. It was indeed the same as what the instructor said before the physical examination. This was a test of basic judgment, and the difficulty was only slightly higher than the color blindness test. You know, the color blindness test is the easiest item in all physical examinations. Just read the numbers in a booklet and you're done. Soon, the third object slowly rose. Chen Rong continued to reach out and touch it. As a result, as he touched it, the corners of his mouth involuntarily raised a smile. The third object was even simpler than the previous 2. It was a very regular circle with a diameter slightly larger than his palm. Therefore, before the 10 seconds were up, Chen Rong was ready to give the answer. This is a ball bang. Before he could finish his words, a violent crash suddenly came from behind a wall about 4 or 5 meters away from him. Chen Rong judged that it should be a wall. It was like a device fell to the floor. Chen Rong subconsciously wanted to take off the mechanical eye mask to see what was going on, but then he remembered that this was a system hospital, and the relevant security level and reactionability were self-evident. Theoretically, nothing serious could happen. Judging from the crash, it was probably a device such as a notebook that fell to the ground. Although this is relatively rare, it can still happen in some small and specific areas. If I take off the eye mask rashly, it may affect the test results. Therefore, he resisted the urge to take off his eye mask and asked the square-faced man in a white coat beside him, "Comrade, what happened? It's not a big deal. Don't take off your eye mask, Xiaoming. Stay with this comrade for a while. I'll go see what's going on." Obviously, the last sentence of the white coat was said to another staff member. I have to say, the tone of the white coat was sonorous and powerful, very contagious. It was as if everything was under control, and people couldn't help but feel a sense of trust. What a reliable comrade. Chen Rong stood there, and the steady footsteps of the white coat came into his ears. After a moment, the door opened. Then about 30 seconds passed. Suddenly, a dull banging sound came into Chen Rong's ears again, and this time the banging sound was louder than the first time. It was like someone accidentally bumped into the wall. 15 minutes later, in the base camp of the Magic City, a hurried phone ring sounded. As soon as Qin Hendong, who was checking the files, picked up the phone, he heard a hurried male voice. "Boss Qin, a soldier has been detected with a single spiritual root. This is the first single spiritual root without mutation in our local area. It feels so strange. Why do people always like to point fingers? I welcome everyone to pay to subscribe to my book. Comments or suggestions are welcome, but there is no need to teach me how to write it by force, right? The data of this book is very good in all aspects. The first order was 2,200 and the average order on the first day was 1,800. So far, the high order is 19,000 and the average order is 7,000 plus. 8,000 this month is no problem. It is hard to say how many books with this kind of increase have been published in the history of Kidian. Anyway, there is only one book of mine in 21 years. I have confirmed it. By the way, this book is already the first non-protagonist group portrait article with the highest average order on Kidian. I have my own outline and plan. Can't I write a book myself if I want the book to perform well? Chapter 260 The Proportion of Spiritual Roots. In fact, Qin Hendong had a vague premonition in his heart as early as when the phone rang. Because the phone in front of him was not an ordinary landline, but a top-level dedicated line, and its sequence was the highest in the entire Southeast. Although there was no operator arranged to transfer the call like some companies, most people who knew this number would not dial this number for fun. Generally speaking, only major events above a certain level will be reported through this dedicated line, otherwise it is normal for the secretary to inform. The last time this number was called was 5 months ago. At that time, Chang Xiang, director of the General Office of the Magic City Information Management Center, reported the appearance of the light gate to the organization through this phone. Today is the day for the rabbits to do something big, and the report of XXX is ready cannot be conveyed through this landline. Once the dedicated line rings, it must mean that something big has happened. It is nothing more than a surprise or a shock. Sure enough, as soon as the phone was connected, Chang Xiang, who was responsible for summarizing the information of the 6 detection points, reported to him the good news of the appearance of the single spiritual root. The qualification of a non-mutated single spiritual root. This is the talent that the rabbits have longed for. At present, there are only 2 practitioners with single spiritual roots in the rabbits, Ming Mao and Yuan Liao. However, the very unlucky thing is that both of them have mutated spiritual roots. Ming Mao is a black and white mutated deduction spiritual root, and Yuan Liao is a mutated wood attribute spiritual root. Therefore, these 2 are functional talents, and they are not strong enough to fight against other practitioners or monsters on the front battlefield. In addition to Ming Mao and the 2, the rabbits also have Xiao Yi, who can barely be regarded as a single spiritual root. Now Xiao Yi has refined 2 strange objects, and his cultivation speed is only a little slower than that of a single spiritual root. But strictly speaking, there is still a difference between the 2 sides. Just like you got 559 on the first tier line of 560, even if you are only 1 point behind, you are still a second tier score. Therefore, the discovery of single spiritual roots this time can indeed make many people feel a little relieved. We also have a force with single spiritual roots. The advantages of single spiritual roots in cultivation are self-evident. The speed of cultivation is as fast as Dongje and Jinje possessed, fast and thin, and it's done in a swish. Even in the current situation of spiritual energy depletion, as long as the single spiritual root cultivators do not perish, they will definitely be escorted to the Jianden realm in the future. More importantly, a single spiritual root is an admission ticket to the Yuanying realm. It does not mean that every single spiritual root can become a Yuanying realm, but for hundreds of years, all those who can become Yuanying realm cultivators must have single spiritual roots. The 2 sides are in a subset and a collection relationship, and a single spiritual root is an indispensable prerequisite. Even if the rabbits have technology in hand, it is probably not easy to bypass this prerequisite at present. It is not that science cannot explain the mystery, but the current technological means of the rabbits have not developed to that level. Therefore, a local cultivator with a single spiritual root is necessary for the normal development of the rabbits in many aspects. Or someone may ask, why do the rabbits have to stick to the practice? Are they just abandoning technology? The answer is obviously no. In the past, the rabbits have developed a large number of spiritual energy technology items by combining technology and practice. From the psychic shield to the ceiling launcher, to the recent 12.7mm psychic armor-piercing projectile and mass-produced awakening pills, they are all products of combination visible to the naked eye. In addition, whether it is liquid nitrogen breaking the shield or particle breaking the isolation zone, they are also the results of the connection between technology and practice. The statement that technology is abandoned for the sake of practice is obviously very one-sided. If the rabbits really do this, then it is acceptable, but the rabbits have never given up the 2-way combination from the beginning to now, which is a bit unfair. Now the rabbits have set their sights on the spiritual roots, and the ultimate goal is definitely to crack the mystery of the spiritual roots, and even hope to be able to mass-produce a few billion Yuanying or something. But even if you want to combine Yuanying with technology and come up with a magic modified Yuanying P60 or Note version, at least you have to have the basic equipment of Yuanying practitioner first, right? So a single spiritual root is a necessary prerequisite, whether it is scientific research or practice. But think so. Before Chen Rong appeared, the rabbits really had never found a single spiritual root. According to the information collected by the rabbits, in the Great Mo realm, there is only 1 person with a single spiritual root in 1,000,000 people. But in fact, this number is a pseudo-value, with a large error, and the actual ratio must be smaller. First of all, after most families discover a member with a single spiritual root, the first thing they think of is to hide with him. Therefore, when most single spiritual roots officially appear, their cultivation is generally at the foundation building stage or above, and some are even at the elixir forming stage. Therefore, it is difficult to count the number of people of this same generation. Secondly, it is because a large number of ordinary people have no chance to test their spiritual roots at all. Especially in recent years, the monster beast passage has appeared frequently, and the beast tide will erupt every few years. In this environment, I don't know how many refugees died miserably on the way to escape. They didn't know what their qualifications were until the end of their lives, but they were inexplicably averaged. Perhaps it is not easy to understand with simple text descriptions, so let's take the Wei family as an example. There are two double spiritual root practitioners in this generation of the Wei family, namely the purple-robed old man who died in battle and the living old master Wei. There are also many practitioners with three spiritual roots. Wei Qianshen, Wei Fan, and another foundation-building cultivator, Wei Shudu, are all of this caliber, as is Wei Zixi, who has set his sights on Lin Ziming. There are probably 6 or 7 practitioners with 3 spiritual roots in the entire Wei mansion. And how many people are there in the Wei mansion, including servants? A little over 300. If we remove the upper and lower limits of double spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots and do not compare them, the proportion of 3 spiritual roots in the Wei mansion is about 2%. Please remember this number. The original population of Qi County was more than 17,000. According to this ratio, the number of 3 spiritual roots in the entire city is theoretically at least more than 300. But what about in reality? The 3 spiritual roots in the entire Qi County are only those in the Wei mansion, and at most, there are individual geniuses from other city-building families such as the Chang family, and there are at most 10 at most. That is to say, the proportion of 3 spiritual roots in Qi County actually has 2 values. One is 2% of the Wei family, and the other is 10 out of 17,000 of the entire city, that is, 1 over 1,700. The two numbers can be said to be very different. The reason for this situation is very simple. As mentioned above, many potential civilians with 3 spiritual roots died without even being tested. For example, Wei Fan once said in a chat with Lin Ziming that he had met an alien refugee who was at the end of his life in his childhood. At that time, Wei Fan, who was still innocent, went up to chat with him for a few words. After learning that the refugee's only wish before his death was to know his qualifications, Wei Fan specially took out the spiritual source ball from the mansion. As a result, the refugee was tested. Wow, he had 2 spiritual roots of water and soil. The genius who had the opportunity to become a generation of ancestors died of starvation at the city gate without clothes. Don't think this situation is ridiculous. There is almost an identical field in the local area. That is Chinese football, which has been criticized by countless people. Every day, someone shouts that there are only 11 people who can play football among 1.4 billion people. But what is the reality? There are only 8,000 local spiritual roots tested, that is, registered players. The vast majority of Chinese people have never had any intersection with this field. I don't know how many Ronaldo and Messi were unable to release their talents because of homework or pesticides. They didn't even participate in relevant training in echelons, and their talents were buried. When they grew up, they were just like everyone else. Even until they died, they didn't know that they could actually become a peak. However, when they were counted, they became one of the huge denominators. Is this situation just like a replica of the Great Mo realm? Of course. The civilians in the Great Mo realm are much more miserable than the vast majority of local people. There is no need to compare this. Those who are talented but buried in the local area may become elites through other fields, while the civilians in the Great Mo realm are destined to be ordinary or even miserable all their lives. In addition, there is another situation in the Great Mo realm. That is, civilians have good qualifications, but they can't get enough cultivation resources throughout their lives. As the saying goes, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Even if the Wei family is kind, they will not be kind enough to give those civilian geniuses too many opportunities. After all, no one knows whether this kind of cultivator who has no sense of belonging will grow up to be good or bad. The example of servants devouring their masters has happened countless times in the history of the Great Mo realm, and it can even be specially built into the bloody history. Although the Great Mo realm has such a thing as the Heavenly Dao Oath, the cost of using it is too high. Only when encountering civilian geniuses with dual spiritual roots, some families may be willing to use it. Most families are unwilling to bear this risk, and too many civilian geniuses in the Great Mo realm have died prematurely because of this. It is precisely because of the above 2 reasons that the ratio of the Great Mo realm is actually a pseudo-value. The higher it is, the more so. To be frank, in the southern region alone, the number of refugees who die every year with single spiritual roots will not be less than 5. Therefore, if you insist on saying that cultivation is a kind of monopoly, it is actually correct. As for the local area, our qualification ratio may not be much higher than that of the Great Mo realm. But the local area can cover a large number of warriors, and all our people can be tested as much as they want. This is the most terrifying place. The 300,000 warriors tested this time alone are comparable to countless small cities like Chichen City. Who in those cities dares to organize civilians to test their qualifications and then provide them with cultivation? But to be honest, the rabbits are also worried about the occurrence of some uncontrollable things, so they chose to popularize it in the team first. But no matter how cautious the rabbits are, universal access must be open, and it is impossible to form a family monopoly like the Great Mo realm. Therefore, this will be a terrifying base number that makes people's scalps numb. With the current development level of the rabbits in the Great Mo realm, there is really no pressure at all to supply 50,000 practitioners for the general public, 10,000 for the key, 2,000 for the elite, and 300 for the core, and 50,000 practitioners. Just in terms of quantity, it is only slightly worse than that of Zhejiang City. Not to mention that among the practitioners in Zhejiang City, more than half are weak chickens who can draw key within the third level of key training. If you really want to compare, Zhejiang City has at most 10,000 to 20,000 practitioners who can enjoy this treatment. So the word base number can really be transformed into an extremely terrifying force when the productivity level is surplus. The site returns to Qin's Hendong's office. At this moment, Chang Hixiang was reporting to Qin's Hendong about Chen Rong's information. Comrade Chen Rong has a clean background. His grandfather and father were both excellent soldiers who even sacrificed their lives. Comrade Chen Rong has been in the army for more than 7 years and has won 2 second-class collective merits and 1 third-class individual merit. According to the original plan, Comrade Chen Rong may be arranged to study in a military academy in 2 to 3 years, and thus be promoted. Qin's Hendong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. The information reported by Chang Hixiang was very detailed, especially the last point. Officers and non-commissioned officers are 2 completely different lines in the army. We often hear the term troop officers and soldiers. Officers refer to officers, and soldiers refer to soldiers or non-commissioned officers. The upper limit of non-commissioned officers is the first-class sergeant major. I won't talk about officers, because it's easy to say 404. Of course, if you really reach the level of the first-class sergeant major, the treatment is basically equivalent to 24 cents. It's just that the number of non-commissioned officers who can reach this step is very small, and it takes at least 30 years. Therefore, in real life, many non-commissioned officers are transferred to civilian jobs after the 3rd and 4th terms. For non-commissioned officers who want to be promoted to city officers, except for students who come out of the ivory tower, most of the channels are to be recommended to military academies for promotion. Therefore, Chen Rong was selected into the promotion plan, which shows how excellent his performance is. After understanding Chen Rong's information, Qin's Hendong continued to ask, by the way, Comrade Hixiang, in addition to Comrade Chen Rong, what is the overall progress of the 6 testing points now? There will be 3 updates today, the first update at 8 o'clock, the second update at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third update is to be determined. I have only written 2 updates so far after coding all night, and I have to do the second round of nucleic acid testing in the afternoon. At least 3 hours are gone, and I may not start coding until 7 or 8 o'clock. There will definitely be a third update, but it will be a little later. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 261, the end of the primary election. How is the overall testing progress? Hearing Qin's Hendong's inquiry. In the general office, Chang Hixian quickly moved the mouse and quickly clicked the refresh button on the screen. After a row of new results appeared, he reported truthfully, Boss Qin, our 6 testing points have tested 57,000 soldiers. Among them, there is 1 with a single spiritual root qualification, 77 with dual spiritual roots, 1,522 with triple spiritual roots, and 13,300 with quadruple spiritual roots. The rest are all 5 spiritual roots. According to this ratio and combined with the function model provided to us by the technical department, after all 300,000 soldiers are tested, we may have 1 to 3 single spiritual roots, more than 400 dual spiritual roots, about 8,000 triple spiritual roots, and more than 50,000 quadruple spiritual roots. However, in this case, our original 50,000 finalists will not be enough. A group of 4 spiritual root soldiers may fail. Qin Zhendong smiled when he heard the first half of the sentence, and was obviously quite satisfied with the test results. However, when he heard Chang Qixiang's last words, his face froze, and then he sighed helplessly. More than 60,000 people. Our current resources can only provide 50,000 people for cultivation. It is neither appropriate nor reasonable to increase the number of people by shortening the cultivation time. Let me report this situation to the core layer first. Academician Lin will also return to the Magic City in a few days. I will ask if there is any solution at that time. After hanging up the phone, Chang Qixian continued to follow up on the progress of the relevant tests, and Qin Zhendong went to report to the core layer that Shen Rong was detected with a single spiritual root, and the number of people actually tested may exceed the standard. Because the number of people covered this time was large, the entire stage lasted for several days. It started on December 19th and ended on December 23rd. The final results of this test are as follows. A total of 314,520 soldiers were tested. Among them, 2 single spiritual root soldiers were detected, named Chen Rong and Wang Jinsong. There were 397 double spiritual root soldiers, named Kof. I won't list the names. 9,044 people with 3 spiritual roots. It is worth mentioning that Qin Zhendong also tested positive for 3 spiritual roots. Of course, given his status, he would definitely not be included in the final list of practitioners. In addition to the above 3 spiritual roots, more than 54,000 people with 4 spiritual roots were also tested. Unfortunately, the remaining more than 200,000 soldiers were only tested positive for 5 spiritual roots, and they would definitely not be able to practice in the short term. However, if there are relevant resources or technological breakthroughs in the future, these 5 spiritual root soldiers will be allocated more spiritual awakening pills than ordinary people for spiritual awakening. It can be regarded as a compensation for this shortcoming. So far, the preliminary election has officially ended. 2 days later, in the Magic City, it was still the office where Lin Li and Qin Zhendong reported the 2 phases of the Xinhao camp report, and it was still Lin Li and Qin Zhendong. Qin Zhendong gently pushed the file compiled by Chang Qixiang in front of Lin Li and said, "Old Lin, this is the result of our preliminary election this time. Take a look." Lin Li nodded and took the file. He had just returned to the Magic City from the Great Mo realm today, and the statistical table had just been released 2 days ago. Therefore, apart from knowing that 2 single spiritual root practitioners had been detected locally, Lin Li really did not know the specific preliminary results. Then he flipped through it carefully, and then raised his eyebrows. Hiss, there are more than 64,000 soldiers who meet the conditions for cultivation this time. Qin Zhendong heard this and sighed with a complicated expression. Yes, more than 64,000 soldiers with 4 spiritual roots are above are much more than we expected before. I certainly hope that we can have more and more soldiers who can practice, and even everyone can practice, which would be the best. But that is just a hope. The actual situation now is that we can only supply 50,000 soldiers with cultivation. Then he raised his head and looked at Lin Li with some expectation. Old Lin, has there been any new progress at the Xinhao camp recently? Can you think of other ways to solve the spiritual energy of these soldiers' cultivation together? Lin Li was silent for a while, and shook his head with a look of reluctance. I'm afraid it's difficult. Unless this group of soldiers is transferred to the Damo realm, otherwise the local area can only temporarily supply 50,000 people with cultivation. After all, the passage of the light gate is limited. Qin Zhendong's nose twitched slightly, and a trace of undetectable loss flashed in his eyes. Is that so? Well, then, just as Lin Li said. Nowadays, the daily carrying capacity of the light gate is roughly used in 4 links: the transportation of spiritual energy from the Great Mo realm to the mainland, the transportation of coal from the mainland to the Great Mo realm, the transportation of various small and medium-sized machinery and equipment, and the supply of some other living materials. Any of these points is difficult to reduce. Take coal as an example. Although the coal mine has been discovered for more than 3 months, it will take at least 1 or 2 months for the mining area to actually start construction, and this is still fast. It is normal for those local coal mines to take 1 or 2 years from exploration to construction. The iron mine is progressing faster. With a Mo family as a tool in front, it will be able to start construction in a week or 2. In this case, we can't cut off the transportation of spiritual energy from coal, right? The Great Mo realm also needs a lot of electricity. Then Qin Zhendong thought of something and asked Lin Li, Old Lin, I have another question for you. Once our cultivators in the local area leave the L17 training room, are you sure that their cultivation level will not be reduced or they will not be able to use spiritual energy? Lin Li nodded affirmatively and explained, Boss Qin, you may not know that the spiritual energy refined by cultivators is stored in their inner sea and will not dissipate easily. Therefore, the cultivation level of the warriors will not be reduced after leaving the training room, but the spiritual energy they can use is limited. This is like the energy stored in the hump of a camel. Once it is used up, it is gone and must be refilled. Qin's Hendong nodded slightly. Then I am relieved. It can be seen that the reply that the number of cultivators in the local area could not be increased still makes Qin's Hendong somewhat disappointed. But life is like this, it is impossible for everything to go your way. It is always a good thing that more than 60,000 warriors can be selected in the local area, although for some individuals, they may have missed some opportunities because they were not selected in the end. But who is not like this in the Great Era? A wave of sea waves breaks into countless water droplets when it hits the rocks on the beach. Some water droplets are destined to jump higher, shining brightly, and may be captured by high-speed cameras, turning into eternity in an instant. However, some water droplets are destined to sink into the sand silently without leaving a trace. In every great era, there will be all kinds of people appearing, and it is impossible for everyone to be the protagonist. After talking about the primary election, Lin Li coughed lightly and mentioned the purpose of his trip. Boss Qin, today is December 26th, and New Year's Day will be in 5 days. Does the organization have any arrangements for the New Year's Day activities in the camp? Qin's Hendong looked up at him and asked thoughtfully, Why, Lao Lin, do you have a plan? By the way, there is a piece of news that I have always forgotten to say. The effect of the tenosynovitis surgery is gradually showing, and now the hand speed has returned to 1,100 from the lowest 600. Chapter 262 New Year's Day is coming. In the office. Looking at Qin's Hendong who seemed to have realized something, Lin Li nodded very frankly. He was not surprised at all that Qin's Hendong saw through his little thoughts. After all, the other party was a frontier official, and he was extremely cunning in judging people. Therefore, he admitted straightforwardly, Boss Qin, the camp does have some ideas for the New Year's Day activities. After all, everyone has been in the Great Mo realm for a while, and every line is very tight. A few days ago, we got the second batch of spirit stones for selling Manglong and Happy Sticks. In addition to the harvest from the Battle of Xiaolianzi Mountain and the mining of spirit stone veins, we are still relatively rich in the number of spirit stones. So the camp discussed a plan. That is to take a batch of spirit stones to Linian City to exchange for some elixir benefits for everyone. The unit price of this benefit will not be particularly high. Each person will only get a New Year's card and a small Qingshan pill. Qingshan pill is a common non-great elixir in the Great Mo realm. It can only cure headaches and fevers. Occasionally, cutting some elixir can refresh the mind, which is equivalent to the local amoxicillin plus mint nasal passage. The above are collective benefits. For some special individual members, we also have some specially prepared gifts. For example, Academician Liu Xianqian has a bad heart, so we will prepare some extra spirit pills to enhance vitality. Colonel Lin will give more blood replenishing pills, and Director Fei Chu will receive a blessing sticker, etc. However, no matter how cheap the price of Qingshan pill is, the number of people in our camp is there, and the cumulative number is not a small number. Therefore, it must be approved by the base camp. After saying this, Lin Li stopped talking and waited for Qin's Hendong's reply. Now it has been 5 months and 10 days since the rabbits first arrived in the Great Mo realm, which can be said to be half a year. Some members of the Xinhao camp arrived as support later, such as chemical expert Zhang Mu, writer Mingmu and Lu Chaoyong. Others are first-term members who came to the Great Mo realm at the beginning and never left during this period. Although they can return to the Magic City every month and call or even video chat with their families outside the Light Gate through special equipment, they still feel a little lonely. Especially during this period of time, there have been frequent changes, and everyone in the camp has unconsciously tightened their lines, and each team is working overtime like they are desperate. This is actually not a very healthy state, although everyone's starting point is good. Now that New Year's Day is approaching, Lin Li and other camp leaders discussed it. Well, let's just hold a New Year's Day party. This is not a waste of time. When we were doing big things in the West, we would also organize some activities during the New Year and other festivals. And since we are going to hold a New Year's Day party, we must prepare some supporting benefits. After all, People get year-end bonuses for working. But giving benefits is easy to say, but it is not so easy to prepare. Just as Lin Li said. At present, the rabbits have more than 25,000 warriors in the Great Mo realm, and there are more than 4,000 scientific research, engineering, and administrative personnel in the camp. Add up to 30,000 people. If you want to give everyone some small gifts, the total expenditure is not small. Although the rabbits have earned hundreds of millions of spirit stones recently, such higher value expenditures must be approved by the base camp. After understanding Lin Li's request, Qin Zhendong thought for a few seconds and asked, "Old Lin, how many spirit stones do we have now?" As the general manager of the camp, Lin Li naturally had a very detailed grasp of this information and answered immediately, "All the spirit stones we earned from Zhejiang market were used to purchase supplies, so this part of the surplus is zero." Then the 2 trades of happy bars and hemorrhoid cream earned a total of 120,000 spirit stones. Together with the mining income from the spirit stone vein and the results of the inspection of the Mo family, the net income is about 350,000. However, our talisman making and Killington production lines consume a lot of materials, plus the expenses of other types of research. At present, we have a total cash flow of about 240,000 spirit stones. In addition, in half a month, when our antenna array is delivered to Zhejiang City, normally there will be another 300,000 spirit stones in the account. Then how many spirit stones are expected to be spent on the Qingyan and welfare? About 2,000, including some other spirit pills. Qin Zhendong raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Only 2,000 spirit stones? Yes, only. Compared with the figures reported by Lin Li earlier, 2,000 spirit stones can indeed be described as talented. Although its value is still high, it really does not play a decisive role in the overall situation. It is obvious that the rabbits are no longer in the predicament of lacking spirit stones. The exchange rate of 1 spirit stone to Chinese currency is 1,6,100, and 2,000 spirit stones are equivalent to more than 12 million Chinese currency. There are more than 20,000 members in the Xinhao camp, and the small welfare of more than 600 yuan per person is not expensive, and it is even a little less. It is normal to get a year-end bonus of tens of thousands of yuan in the system. Qin Zhendong originally thought that Lin Li would report a large number of 5 digits, but he didn't expect that it would be 2,000 spirit stones in the end. Of course, this is also related to his identity. Usually, 9-digit projects are not qualified to appear in front of his desk, so 12 million is really not a big number in his subconscious. So he nodded very quickly, and waved his hand with great momentum. "Old Lin, please write a report on this matter, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Just prepare for the New Year's Day activities with peace of mind." Lin Li's shoulders relaxed immediately after hearing this. "With your words, I feel relieved." Then he paused, as if he thought of something, and continued, "By the way, there is one more thing. Did Wei Qiangsheng send 2 juniors to the mainland before? I plan to take them back to sea on New Year's Day. I hope the organization will approve it." When Lin Li mentioned this, Qin Zhendong also remembered. "Oh, you mean Wei Tu and Wei Xiaotao, right? These 2 little guys are in the military kindergarten. I heard that they have performed very well during this period and have won several little red flowers. It's not a big problem to get them back to Damoji. How about this? On the 31st, you ask Colonel Lin to go back to the mainland again and take them back." Lin Li nodded. "No problem." After finishing the business, Qin Zhendong couldn't help but rub his temples lightly, changed to lazy posture, lit a red panda, leaned back in the chair and said, "How is it, Lao Lin? Has the camp developed well recently?" Lin Li nodded and said, "The progress of all aspects of our camp is pretty good. The frontier base of Damoji already has a certain self-supply capacity. Once the cement plant and steel plant are completed, our transportation capacity will be greatly freed up. But to be honest, I always feel that the overall structure of Damoji is a little bit bad." Qin Zhendong said softly, "Huh?" and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything unusual in the Great Mo realm recently? Just say whatever you think of. This is an informal occasion, so we don't need to be as rigorous as the stage report." Lin Li nodded slightly, and after some consideration, he said, "According to the intelligence collected from Tai Tower, the frequency of the monster passage in the entire southern region is increasing. Although the number of monsters descending is not large, the number of times the passage appears is close to the outbreak period of the beast tide. A few days ago, Chief of Staff Gu just sent back a message that second-level monsters have begun to descend through the passage. A small city with more than 8,000 people in the west was breached, and the people in the city sighed. Qin Zhendong's expression suddenly became solemn. To be honest, the rabbits are not actually worried that the monster passage will interfere with their current development. After Fei Chu's initial experience, each stronghold now has a strong quick response combat module. But the changes in the world rules represented by the appearance of the beast tide cannot but make people vigilant. If the two worlds are really completely integrated, some amazing changes will likely occur, such as the demon world officially launched an all-round offensive against the Great Mo realm. If this kind of thing really happens, the Great Mo realm is doomed to be devastated. Then Lin Li continued, according to our agreement with Yang Bali, several key parts of 4th level monsters will be transported to Ziqiang City in a while. At the same time, the next batch of happy sticks will be transported directly to Yaok. The teleportation array between Ziqiang City and Yaok is a unilateral authority, so the trade back and forth will definitely be carried out at the same time, and will not be opened separately. So I have an idea. Should we send a few people to go to Yaok to take a look? With our current cooperative relationship with Zabaoksun, it should be no problem to use the reason of sending instructors to accompany us to get a few places. Note, the third update is here. Please vote for me. Bali's still strong at his old age. He is almost 40 years old and can still play. Chapter 263 New Year, New Era. Yaok. This is a mysterious place that has been mentioned countless times since the rabbits officially learned about the Great Mo realm, or officially came into contact with the field of cultivation. The frontier barrier of the Great Mo realm, the seat of the nascent soul realm, the defense core of the ancient 5th level formation, and the place where the suspected Huashan realm is sleeping. This place is just like the Dragon Mother in Game of Thrones. You can easily give you a set of names with hundreds of words without any repetition. Therefore, it is impossible for the rabbits to say that they are not curious about this mysterious area. It's just that due to the limited exploration area before, the command center has never been able to cover the high-altitude vision to Yaok. In fact, even now, Yaok is still beyond a rabbit's visual range. There is no way, without the assistance of satellites, helicopters alone can't expect to grasp the regional intelligence of more than 2,000 kilometers. Although the command center has gradually begun to grasp the information of the stars in the Great Mo realm, it is still very difficult to launch a satellite. However, the situation in the Great Mo realm has been obviously different recently. As a junction between the two realms, Yaok has a lot of information to collect. What Yang Bali said about a monster remains being unable to be decomposed into monster materials was definitely just relatively widely circulated information. Under such circumstances, Lin Li proposed to send intelligence personnel to sneak into Yaok. However, this task was too difficult and ordinary people could not complete it at all. The straight-line distance between Yaok and Ziqiang City is conservatively estimated to be tens of thousands of miles, which is at least more than 20,000 kilometers in kilometers, and even longer is not ruled out. Let's use 20,000 kilometers for the sake of calculation. What does this mean? The range of DF is 12,000 kilometers, and the distance from the mainland to the Eagle is only 14,000 kilometers. At this distance, ordinary antenna arrays are useless and cannot transmit signals. Unless you can move the sky that covers tens of thousands of square meters a year, and this is obviously impossible. In other words, the rabbits not only do not know any information about Yaok, but also the known weapons, vehicles and even communication equipment have not reached Yaok. And one of the biggest advantages of the rabbits in the Great Mo realm is communication. There can be countless think tanks behind a person to help you analyze, and even exhaustive methods can solve a lot of problems. At least Ziqiang City could meet the latter two conditions and use long-distance signal transmission to open the national cheat. Therefore, the difficulty of exploring Yaok is not comparable to that of Ziqiang Market, just like the difference between Sekiro and Super Mario. In other words, the personnel sent to Yaok to perform the mission must first be proficient in the Great Mo language, secondly, have strong judgment ability, and then be prepared to fight alone. It can be said that except for the known landing location, the other conditions of the explorers are no different from the missing Wu Fan. Wu Fan even speaks the Great Mo language a little better. The requirements for this kind of individual quality are too high, so Lin Li was a little hesitant when he proposed this idea. However, to his surprise, Qin Zhendong's face did not show much difficulty. Instead, he considered it for a while and said, "Old Lin, the situation of Yaok has been followed here. The core layer has long had the idea of sending intelligence personnel to Yaok. We will not feel at ease if we don't know the intelligence there. Let me be honest with you. The core layer has actually decided on the candidates, but they are not ready to send them to Yaok so soon, because the organization feels that the workload of the camp is too heavy, and originally planned to tell you about it later. But since you have this intention, and the current situation in the Great Mo realm is not very clear, I might as well report it directly. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a document issued within a week, and you must be prepared. But in this way, you will be under a lot of pressure in the new year. During this period of time, Lin Li mixed with Lin Ziming, Yan Xiaoxin and other soldiers every day, and was more or less infected with the atmosphere of the army. Hearing this, he immediately straightened his chest and said seriously, everything is subject to the decision of the organization, and the Xinhuo camp will ensure that the mission is completed. Qin Zhendong smiled, handed a cigarette to Lin Li, and signaled him to relax. Then the two talked for a few more words, and finally parted ways. Lin Li returned to the Xinhuo camp with Qin Zhendong's promise and began to prepare for the New Year's Day activities. 5 days later, December 31st, 2022, the last day of the old year. At this time, it was dark in the Great Mo realm, which was most suitable for holding various large-scale parties. Like the local area, the New Year's Eve party of the Xinhuo camp was chosen to start at 8 p.m. It was mentioned before. The rabbits currently have nearly 30,000 local members in the Great Mo realm, but because the strongholds such as Yangbai City, coal mines, and spiritual stone veins are too scattered, only more than 17,000 people can come to the scene tonight. This number is not a lot for a large-scale performance. As long as the sound and seating problems are solved, the venue is very easy. The Great Mo realm lacks everything except land, and the event can be held by marking an area at random. Considering that this party tends to be relaxing, the main venue was arranged on the side of a hill near the valley camp. With a mountain blocking the way and the distance of more than 10 kilometers, it is impossible to disturb the civilians in Qi County without setting off fireworks. The hosts of the New Year's Eve party are Mu Jie from the Ministry of Commerce and Shi Yin, the translator. In addition to the relevant personnel of the rabbits, the party also invited the descendants of Wei Fan and other time travelers to attend. There were 9 founders of Qi County, among whom Wei Siming and Lin Lijiao were husband and wife, so there were 8 families when the city was built. However, more than 100 years later, there were only 5 families left of the founders. In addition to the Wei mansion, the strongest Cheng family had only more than 30 people. In addition to the 5 major families, the rest of the refugees and civilians in Qi County were not notified and invited, even Zhao Qianzhou and Wang Timu, who could be regarded as their own people. After all, New Year's Day is a local festival and has nothing to do with the Great Mo realm. The Great Mo realm itself also has the term year, but the time has not come yet. In this case, even if Zhao Qianzhou, Wang Timu and others are close to the rabbits, it is difficult for them to truly empathize. To put it bluntly, failing to empathize is just formalism, and formalism is exactly what Xinhuo camp doesn't need. At 8 p.m. local time, the Damoji New Year's Eve party officially began. The first thing that happened was the opening remarks by Lin Li, which was also an old feature. Hello, all the comrades who came to the Damo world from the mainland, the descendants of the Chinese time travelers, and the members of the 5 major families. I am Lin Li, the person in charge of the Xinhuo camp. I am honored to be able to stand here today and spend the local New Year's Eve with you. Unknowingly, we have been in the Damo world for more than 5 months. 2022 is gradually fading away in the joy of success and harvest, and the bell of 2023 is about to ring. Amid colorful fireworks and cheerful music, the new year is coming to us. When bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, we always have mixed feelings and 1,000 thoughts. Although we are only separated from the mainland by a light gate, at this moment, we can't go home. Because we have more important things for us to do. In the new year, we will face new challenges and new opportunities. To be honest, this process may be very tiring, and it may cost sweat and even blood. But every bit of hard work we put in today may make our compatriots, our motherland, and our descendants stand a little higher, and no longer suffer humiliation like 100 years ago. Below the venue, Lin Li's 2 rebellious disciples coughed, and his 2 beloved disciples Wang Qiang and Li Yan were sitting side by side in 2 adjacent seats. Looking at the passionate Lin Li in the venue, Li Yan gently bumped Wang Qiang with her shoulder and lowered her voice. Xiao Wang, what the teacher prepared today is not bad, It looks very organized. Wang Qiang looked at her senior sister with a proud face. Of course, don't you see who made his wig? I always take care of the headgear for the teacher every time he gives a report meeting. Okay, Li Yan, always feel like something is wrong? However, before she could react, Wang Qiang took out an exquisite small box from her body and opened it with a grunt. In the center of this small box, there was a small green pill. Because the contribution made by Wang Qiang's team in the past period of time was so outstanding, both the L-17 training environment and the cracking of the monster crystals brought huge benefits to the camp and even the local area. Especially the L-17 training environment. Without this training module, the spiritual root detection of more than 60,000 local warriors would be completely useless. Therefore, with the special approval of the core layer, the pills distributed to Wang Qiang's team members are better than ordinary Qingshan pills. They are first-level pills that can enhance life energy. Of course, there is also the bonus of Lin Li giving up his own reward. At this moment, Wang Qiang held a small box of pills in front of her with one hand, looking like Ito Mima serving. Of course, this girl is much more beautiful than that big-headed ant. She muttered, Sister Yan, do you think this thing can remove nasolabial folds? Li Yan rolled her eyes and was about to say, it can be used on sensitive skin when Wang Qiang continued, if it can remove nasolabial folds, I will take it home to my mother when we can return to our home country. Li Yan was stunned for a moment, and the complaints she was about to say were stuck in her throat. Then Wang Qiang carefully covered the small box and put it back in her pocket, sighing softly, Greek letter epsilon equals, Greek letter omicron, Alice, senior sister, to be honest, I miss home a lot. I didn't go home during the Chinese New Year last year. For a whole year, Wang Qiang was just promoted to a formal researcher at the beginning of this year. In addition, her research direction is special, so she has not really participated in those long-term, super large classified projects. Life science is actually a very extreme subject. Unlike physics and computer engineering, there are not so many conventional classified projects for you to participate in. For example, some classified projects in physics are actually very simple. They only take 2 or 3 months and then sign a confidentiality contract. The secret research involved in life sciences is either a long-term project in the 8-year or 10-year plan, or some major breakthrough in the front end of human science. Or it is to assist in the research and development of some special new drugs. In addition to the above 3 situations, the rest is the discovery of aliens. So it's not just Wang Qiang, most of the young people in the plant laboratory have not participated in secret projects. Therefore, it is normal to miss home. Li Yan didn't know how to comfort her junior sister. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, they might not be able to really go home for 2 or 3 years in the Great Mo realm. But maybe it's because funny people are so carefree. In the end it was Wang Qiang who adjusted her mentality. She patted her face hard. Okay, let's not talk about this. It's better not to go home, so that my family won't urge me to get married. You don't know how much my aunt talks. While the two were talking, Lin Li had already prepared his opening speech. The right to speak on the stage was handed over to the 2 hosts, Mu Jie and Shi Yin. Mu Jie said, thank you for academician Lin's summary and blessing. Next, I announce that the first New Year's Eve party of Xinhao camp has officially begun. Now, please enjoy the chorus brought by Fei Chu, Director of the General Affairs Department of the Coal Mine, and others, give you half of my luck. In addition, please invite Colonel Lin Ziming and others who will perform the next skit blood donation to enter the backstage to prepare. As Mu Jie's voice fell, a temporary chorus of more than 10 people walked onto the main stage and began to perform. Then there was Lin Ziming's skit. President Hong of the Magic City Drama Club's drama. Zhang Guocheng's recitation, etc. In the end, even Yuan Lao appeared in person and performed a magic trick of a dead tree coming back to life with Huazaya Amo. At the same time, since the programs of this New Year's Eve party were all performed by the members of the camp, there was some lack of execution, so it was inevitable that various jokes were made. For example, due to the lighting problem, Fei Chu appeared on the stage for a long time before people noticed that he was not a curtain. Another example is when Yang Yulin was directing Lan Zai to perform the chest-breaking rock act. Lan Zai raised his hand out of stress because there were too many audience members, etc. But it was precisely because of these frequent accidents that the whole evening party was full of life and joy. Even someone like Fei Chu, who had a very dark face, had a rare chance to change his fortune and drew a talisman that was said to bring good luck. In fact, this was a fixed gift prepared by the camp. More than 3 hours later. The time was approaching 23:56 on the local time. The last program came on stage. This was a chorus led by 2 children from the Wei family, Wei Tu and Wei Zia Ateo, and Lin Li's granddaughter Lin Yu Wei. My mother Lin and I, the 3 children, held hands, and their clear and innocent voices rang out in the venue. My motherland and I cannot be separated for a moment. Wherever I go, I leave a hymn. I sing every mountain. I sing every river. The curling smoke from the cooking stoves, the small villages, the ruts on the road. The same time, the same song. It became the strongest sound that runs through the 2 worlds. At this moment, on a plane in the Damo world, Lei Wenjin wiped the sweat from his forehead, gnashed his teeth and rubbed his knee that accidentally hit the rock wall. Then he continued to lead the team members to start drilling. They just found out that there seemed to be a mineral vein reaction under the surface. In Zhejiang City, Gu Junming smiled as he sent several young men in Chinese clothes out of Tai Tower, then turned his head and stared at the east for a long time. In Yangbai City, the young soldier Wei Xian licked his chapped lips, knocked on the next door with a translator, and counted the population information in the city. Time passed by minute. At this time, everyone in the venue had already stood up and sang along with the rhythm. My dearest motherland, you are the sea that never dries up, always giving me the clear waves and the song in my heart. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the last 2 seconds of 23:59, the second hand slowly moved towards the number 12, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds, homeland. In a camp somewhere in the west, Chen Rong had just hung up the New Year's call with his mother. He clenched his fists, and his eyes revealed longing and determination. Not long ago, he was asked if he was willing to go to the border to perform a long-term mission. The mission was extremely risky, and he would not be able to see his relatives for 3 years. Chen Rong's reply was simple, just 3 words, I do. Time went forward another second. In the secret office in the Eastern Magic City, Qin Zhendong stood by the window with his hands behind his back, looking up at the starry sky. His back was tall and majestic, as if he was supporting the sky of his homeland. And behind him was a thick stack of documents and an ashtray full of cigarette butts. Tick-tock 0 hours in 2023. In a bay somewhere in the south, a soldier in an all-blue uniform was reporting the situation to the headquarters. 0101, our boat has sunk to 400 meters below the sea. There are no abnormalities in the sonar, and the anti-submarine buoyancy rate is 0. 01 received. 01 received. Happy New Year. The mountains and rivers are safe. Happy New Year. The mountains and rivers are safe. This is the end of the 2-in-1 chapter today, and 3 more chapters will continue tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, The Possibility of a Single Soldier Fighting Against a Yuanying. I have to say that this New Year's Eve party was very successful. The relatively dull atmosphere in the entire camp became lively almost overnight, and the members' tense nerves were greatly relieved. The most direct manifestation of the above 2 points is that the sleep quality of most scientific researchers has improved a lot. The number of night wakings detected by infrared cameras in public areas has also decreased a lot, and the number of night wakings is not only related to the kidney function of the human body, but also has a certain relationship with the individual's anxiety level. The next day, while the local calendar turned a new page, the Great Mo realm also ushered in another day. It's a coincidence. When the original light gate appeared in the early morning of July 19, 2022, the rabbits arrived in the Great Mo realm at around the 2-7 period of a Great Mo day. And the 4 months of July, August, October, and December are all big months, all with the 31st. Therefore, the local New Year's Day on January 1, 2023, also happens to be the time when a new round of daylight changes in the Great Mo realm. As the new sun rises, the entire Xinhao camp was like a supercar that had been maintained, and it roared again. There is an old saying in the local area that people feel refreshed when they encounter happy events. And by the same token, people often encounter happy events when they are refreshed. This is the case with the camp today. When Lin Li just entered the headquarters to process documents, Hua Jun, Hua is responsible for the research of defensive talismans, and Tang Pin, a weapons expert, came to the door at the same time. Old Lin, there is good news. Lin Li looked at the two experts with red faces, especially Hua Jun's son Xiaochun face, who was extremely excited at this time, and realized something in an instant. Why? Is there a major breakthrough in some technology? Hua Jun looked at Tang Pin and finally Hua Jun said, yes, our defense system has a brand new and huge achievement. Old Lin, do you still remember the threat that was listed as the most deadly among the various items we summarized? Lin Li nodded, and said almost without much recollection, of course I remember. The uncontrollability of Yuanying realm practitioners in a hostile state. Yuanying realm? This is the highest realm currently known to exist. I have previously introduced the abilities of Yuanying realm practitioners, so I will not repeat them here. In short, Yuanying realm practitioners are basically the quasi-prototype of the ultimate version of individual weapons, the traditional concept of land immortals. Although the rabbits have not yet directly encountered Yuanying realm practitioners, and there is no clear hostile Yuanying force. But in the risk list, Yuanying realm is undoubtedly a group that must be considered and is also the most threatening. If the rabbits pay a relatively high price on the front battlefield, they are actually quite sure to restrict or even kill Yuanying realm practitioners. But this is only an idealized condition. There is a situation that cannot be ignored. When a Yuanying realm practitioner escapes into the rabbits' fortifications or cities, the means that can be used on the front battlefield are basically ineffective. However, Yuanying realm can be like a dragon entering the sea, exerting the power of a single soldier to the maximum, thus causing immeasurable losses. For example, if there are 10 Yuanying realm practitioners attacking from a distance at the same time, the rabbits use their means to kill 9 of them. But as long as one person sneaks into the camp, it basically means that this defense system will be completely ineffective. Unless the entire fortification or city is abandoned and extreme means are used to perish together with him, it is possible to solve this major problem. In this way, the loss of the rabbits will become incalculable, and moral quarrels will definitely be unavoidable. In fact, the concerns of the core layer are not only that. The core layer actually considered the extreme situation that the nascent soul rushed through the light gate and arrived at the mainland for the ZC, who even had plans for alien invasions. This is indeed just basic operations. However, the possibility of this situation is relatively low, so it is not a particularly urgent task to solve. Therefore, the main focus of the Xinhao camp is still on the restraint or even killing of the nascent soul with individual weapons. After all, let's not talk about the distant future. After Huizaiamo was born, there was a 4th-level statue that was unknown whether it was an enemy or a friend. It's just that it's easy to say that a single soldier restrains the nascent soul, but it's very difficult to do. At present, there are only a few known directions: ultra-small controlled nuclear fusion modules, space-based weapons, laser weapons, electromagnetic guns, or breakthroughs in psychic technology. About a month ago, the core layer has decided to transport an R-21 electromagnetic cannon to the Great Mo realm, and it will arrive in the Great Mo realm within 3 months. Although the R-21 is much worse than the R-29, in theory it is also an ultimate weapon that can threaten the nascent soul realm. However, the coil volume of the R-21 occupies a full 0.64 square kilometers, and energy consumption is also a big problem. With the current to mature electromagnetic cannon technology in the country, the R may 21st only be fired once or twice before it withers. But no matter how disposable it is still the most cost-effective and least polluting single weapon. But now looking at the expressions of Huajun and Tang Pin, it seems that a certain technology has made a new breakthrough. Lin Li's bald head started to work quickly. The probability of controlled nuclear fusion can be said to be 0, and space-based weapons are basically out of the question. After all, satellites have not been launched into space. Therefore, there are only 3 possibilities: laser weapon breakthrough, electromagnetic cannon energy as solved by psychic energy, or psychic energy technology as a new application. But Huajun and Tang Pin refused to tell Lin Li the actual situation, and insisted that he go to the scene. So Lin Li could only follow the 2 weapons academicians and ram to the military base more than 10 kilometers away. After going through complicated procedures, he was taken to a shooting range similar to the one used to test the 12.7mm psychic armor-piercing projectile. After arriving at the location, Lin Li looked at Huajun and said helplessly, "Academician Hua, can you explain it to me now?" Huajun didn't keep the secret this time. He rolled his Adam's apple twice, organized his words, and said to Lin Li, "Old Lin, do you remember the barrier belt found around the ice coffin before?" Lin Li blinked and thought about it. "Oh. You mean the helium ferrous microcrystals? That's right." Huajun nodded heavily, then drew a hexagon in the air with his index finger and continued, "Helium ferrous microcrystals, this is a six-sided ultra-small crystal. Although it is a type of substance in name, in fact, the volume of the crystal is smaller than the molecules in the air. When it decomposes, it will generate dimerized helium, thus achieving an extremely strong defensive effect. And this substance has a characteristic that as long as there is energy injected, it can cycle the synthesis decomposition process indefinitely, unless the helium and ferrous ions are consumed by other ions. According to our calculations, even 30mm armor-piercing shells and steel needle bullets cannot break through the barrier belt at all. High-energy rays can't do anything to it in a non-ionized state, so it is definitely a defense for the nascent soul or even higher." Lin Li hesitated for a few seconds, frowned and said, "I know this information, but isn't ferrous helium difficult to prepare at present? I remember that it requires millions of atmospheric pressures, right? That is tens of thousands of times the surface of Venus? In addition, we can't provide its circulation energy, so even if we synthesize ferrous helium microcrystals, it's just an empty frame and will break at the touch?" Just as Lin Li said. After knowing the composition and properties of ferrous helium, it is not difficult to prepare and synthesize a small amount of this substance through laboratory means. After all, as long as you have enough money, even the conditions of 14 million atmospheric pressures can be simulated. But the cost of artificial synthesis of ferrous helium is too high, and it can only be used for microscopic scientific research, and it does not have much reference value. Lin Li had asked academician Zhang Mu of the chemistry group before, and the reply he got was that the cost of synthesizing 1 cubic centimeter of ferrous helium crystals would be more than 3 million. And this is still the preparation of pure substances that cannot be circulated. Facing Lin Li's questions, Huajun did not deny it, but explained, "Yes, under normal circumstances we really can't provide enough energy for it to react continuously," which also indirectly proves the claim that there is vacuum zero-point energy in the ice coffin. But coincidentally, Lao Tang's team is currently studying the optimization of psychic bullets. Lao Lin, do you still remember how psychic armor-piercing bullets are accelerated? Note, 3 updates today, please vote for me. I'm recommending a new book by the author of Low Dimension Game and Reborn Dominator. The new book returns to the creation flow. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Chapter 265, The Possibility of a Single Soldier Fighting Against a Yuanying. How did the psychic armor-piercing projectile achieve the speed increase? Lin Li thought for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the tiny crystals ground from the monster crystal, that is, the solid spiritual energy, which is used as the detonation accelerator, thus providing enough horizontal speed, etc." He suddenly realized something and looked up at Tang Pin abruptly. Could it be the solid spiritual energy? Tang Pin nodded heavily, confirming his guess. Yes, it is the solid spiritual energy. According to our experiments, in theory, about 70% of a monster crystal is composed of solid spiritual energy. And this kind of spiritual energy fragments will become extremely active as long as they are in an environment of 160,000 atmospheres of pressure. Note that it is active, not decomposed and gasified, that is, it becomes very easy to react. Especially with a. Lin Li blinked in surprise. This should be considered a relatively unknown element. It ranks 115th in the periodic table. When mentioning, we must first talk about another concept, the periodic table. As of 2009, OgniSign led a multi-party team to discover element 117 UUSTs. The Chinese translation is called Ishida, and some say it is called. Since then, the 7th period of the periodic table has been completely filled, with a total of 118 elements. But mankind's exploration of unknown elements has not stopped, and what has been discovered so far is not the end of the periodic table. There are currently 2 statements about the limit of the periodic table. One is the upper limit of 137, and the other is 172. The first statement is determined according to the Bohr model, not the Bohr who loves and hates Malone, but the Bohr next to the word Wang. Calculated according to the Bohr model. If the atomic number exceeds 137, the speed of the 1s orbital electron will exceed the speed of light. This is obviously an impossible situation, so many people believe that element 137 is the end of the periodic table, and this number happens to be the reciprocal of the find structure constant. For example, Feynman holds this view, and he named element 137 feminmanium. The statement of 172 is calculated based on the ground state energy of the electron, according to the Dirac equation. Considering that some of the students who are not familiar with this will fail the course, I will not elaborate on it here. It is for this reason that chemists such as Zhang Mu are so excited about the emergence of the Great Mo world, a world that is completely different from their own, and may have a great innovation in the periodic table. So the 21st century is indeed the century of chemistry. Laughs. Mo is an artificially synthesized radioactive metal element with an atomic number of 115, which is one of the weak metals. It is the 15th element in the periodic table, that is, the heaviest element in the Va group, but because there is no sufficiently stable MiC isotope, its properties have not been verified through chemical experiments. However, the above situations are limited to formal chemical laboratories. This thing is simply mysterious in folk science. What after decay, a gravitational field will be generated, time and space will be distorted, and the power source of the flying saucer, etc. The most outrageous thing is that there are strange stories such as the public disclosure of time and space travel in 2032. And the Hichulu Oshu is the operating manual of the spacecraft. At the beginning, some idiots clamored for the Luoyang Museum to give the Hichulu Oshu to the Eagle for free, so that they could save the world with flying saucers. Who is the root of all evil? It is a man named Bob Lazar. He exposed the fact that molybdenum is the raw material of UFO propulsion. There are aliens in Area 51, and the Eagle cooperates with aliens. In some fields of civilian science in China, he has been made into a monument, but he has been stripped of his pants by the Eagle. The incident first happened on May 13, 1989. At that time, a TV program called Spat-M suddenly received a call from a mysterious person. The mysterious person released explosive materials on the phone, saying that he was an employee of Area 51, and Area 51 is the secret base for studying aliens in the United States. He also claimed that there are not only alien spacecrafts in Area 51, but also alien corpses. 11 months later, the mysterious person chose to reveal his identity. He is Bob Lazar. According to him, he has a master's degree in physics from MIT and Caltech. After graduation, he worked in scientific research at Los Alamos National Laboratory. This laboratory can be said to be one of the most powerful physics laboratories in the Eagle at that time, similar to the plant growth laboratory currently led by Lindley. Judging from the age, Bob Lazar actually looks a bit like Wen Kang. But in fact, Stanton University professor Friedman once went to check and found that this guy is a complete liar. Bob Lazar is not a member of the Physical Society, has no papers, and has no yearbook records from MIT or Caltech. Bob Lazar also mentioned California State University and Pierce College during the interview, but in fact he only has records in Pierce College, and there is no record of him in the other three schools. Of course, in the mouths of some local amateur scientists, this was portrayed as participating in secret research and having his traces erased, which was very degrading. In addition, Friedman also checked Bob Lazar's high school grades in New York State. Bob Lazar graduated in August and ranked 261st among 369 people. It is absolutely impossible to be admitted to MIT or Caltech with this score. Just like if you get 300 points in the exam, you want to be accepted as an assistant in the top scientific laboratory of Yanda University? And if a person has studied at MIT, there is actually no classmate who knows him? This is obviously impossible. Many people have actually come into contact with this matter of classified research. For example, some classmates and friends suddenly disappeared with their families. The people disappeared, but the social circle and the people who knew them did not lose their memories because of this, they just didn't know where they went. And you would never guess what kind of work Bob Lazar did later. He opened a brothel and started a pimping business. He also personally participated in 3 short movies in 2002, with the serial numbers of cough cough cough. In addition, his so-called prophecy is actually full of loopholes. For example, the half-life and characteristics of element 115 are also very different from the actual situation. Bob Lazar really did only one thing: he revealed the existence of Area 51. This is a fact. He is indeed the first person to reveal the existence of Area 51. But if you really want to dig deeper, you will find that this actually doesn't mean anything. There are too many reasons that can be explained. For example, he had a brief contact with Area 51, or it was nonsense. After all, After the Dawsey incident in 1979, he had already set his sights on Lincoln County. It is even possible that he was deliberately arranged to confuse the audience. This guy is a bit like a substitute participating in the World Cup. He was unknown before, but he scored the winning goal in the 118th minute of the final overtime, and then immediately announced his retirement. This mysterious color has attracted countless people to add drama to him, saying that his obscurity is because the club coach does not know people, there are not enough youth training conditions, etc. If he has the opportunity, he can definitely grow into a football king. Don't believe it? Then tell me how many football kings can score goals in the World Cup final? They grasped this argument and waved it around like a broom with shit, without any logic. So there is a reason why folk scientists are annoying. They are too stubborn. Let's return to the element of fire. Although the element of fire is not as bizarre as the legend, it is still somewhat special. What we are looking for in the end is Mc-290, which is one of the 4 isotopes of molybdenum, with a half-life of 0.8 seconds. On the shooting range, Tang Pin introduced to Lin Li as he walked, although the half-life of Mc-290 is very short, and it is not as stable as the unsynthesized Mc-298 from a macroscopic perspective. But during the period close to the half-life, its properties are still very reliable. Moreover, the element Mc-290, like the solid spiritual energy crystal, will become very active under 160,000 atmospheres of pressure, and it happens to undergo a certain chemical reaction with the solid spiritual energy crystal. Old Lin, you should know. If two extremely stable substances can react, they will often burst out a higher order of energy than the same mass of unstable substances. Lin Li nodded. He still understood this common sense. Then the two walked for a while and soon came to the center of the shooting range. Here, that's it, thanks to teacher Ming Mao for the third mouthful of milk. The leg of my glasses was broken when I was sleeping. The third update tonight may be late, maybe in the early morning. I feel that this book can be transformed into a rumor-refuting online article. Lol. Chapter 266, The Possibility of a Single Soldier Fighting Against a Yuanying. On the shooting range, Lin Li looked in the direction Tang Pin pointed. He saw a strange circle about 7 or 8 meters in front of the 3 people, with a diameter of about 2 meters. The reason why this circle is described as strange is mainly because in addition to various devices with obvious sense of technology, there are also several talismans engraved with mysterious runes around it. Obviously, this is another psychic technology. Seeing that Lin Li was a little confused, Tang Pin explained, Old Lin, didn't we just say that Mc-290 and solid spiritual energy are prone to chemical reactions under ultra-high pressure, thus bursting out huge energy? According to our detection, this energy has exceeded any existing detonator in terms of density release. Even Cl-20, that is, hexanitrohexazazepentazane, is extremely different from it. It's just that the cost of this chemical reaction is too high. The number of our monster crystals is limited, and it can only be carried out under ultra-high pressure conditions. Therefore, it is definitely impossible to use it on a large scale in the short term. However, we found during the experiment that this chemical reaction can just provide a certain area of helium-ferrous cyclic chain reaction, and the volume ratio of the two sides is about 1 to 500. That is, 1 cubic centimeter of solid spiritual energy Mc-290 mixture can provide 500 cubic centimeters of barrier zone formation energy. Lin Li touched his chin thoughtfully and said slowly, 1 to 500? In other words, a barrier zone with a volume of 1 cubic meter requires 2,000 cubic centimeters of the mixture? We currently have only 7 monster crystals, and if the volume is converted into cubic centimeters, it is about 50,000 or 60,000, right? In other words, all our monster crystals added together are only enough for 25 cubic meters of space. Huajun nodded, then took out a document from his body and handed it to Lin Li. Old Lin, this is the defense experiment report we did, and the specific values are all on it. Our weapons cannot blast the barrier belt from any direction. In other words, it can be used as a barrier or a restraining space to lock the target tightly inside. Lin Li read the result report carefully. Although Huajun had previously verbally described the defensive effect of the barrier belt. But in this case involving the combat power of the nascent soul realm, the written report is obviously more convincing. The first page of the experimental report is relatively concise, and it is all the experimental results of various conventional weapons. As Huajun said, neither the 30mm armor-piercing shell nor the steel needle bullet could break through the defense of the barrier belt. This is not too surprising. After all, The properties of the barrier belt have been judged in the secret room. The steel needle bullets can only break through the defense of immortal cultivators or monsters in the middle stage of the giant realm, so it is normal that they cannot penetrate the barrier. But starting from the second page, the results of the experiment are very surprising. The special high-energy rays in the non-ionized state also have zero effect on the barrier. The high-energy rays here are not the high-energy particle streams of 100 TeV in the universe, but the strongest single-body penetrating weapons currently available in China, in brackets, experimental grade. What is experimental grade? It means that it is very powerful in the laboratory, but it withers after leaving the laboratory, and there are not many practical types. Laser weapons are a typical example. Laser weapons are a very common weapon in science fiction novels. They can use the huge energy of laser beams to attack directly at the speed of light. The most powerful laser can instantly generate a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, basically hitting whatever it points to. But on the other hand, it has great limitations. For example, it is subject to weather and cannot fight all weather. In theory, as long as there is a Jamshio, foreign laser weapons can be completely contained. However, limitations aside, in terms of power alone, laser weapons are definitely T0 level killers. If weather conditions permit and the energy is sufficient, it is useless even if you pile up armor. A low-altitude laser weapon with a power consumption of 30 kilowatts and a terminal output rate of only 6% can burn through a 5mm steel plate at a distance of 1,000 meters. This level can only be regarded as the younger brother among laser weapons. It was equipped for drones at the 18th Shanghai Air Show. At present, local laser weapons have actually developed to a relatively good level. For example, we have a laser gun called ZKZM500. This laser gun has an effective range of more than 850 meters, can fire continuously for 2 seconds, and can fire 1,000 lasers continuously, but its specific parameters are sensitive values and will not be repeated here. In fact, not only our ZKZM500, but the Eagle's shipborne solid-state laser weapon has also been successfully tested last year. And the object of the Eagle experiment is the active main warship LPD-27, that is, the energy consumption, guidance, and control of laser weapons at this stage can be fully integrated into the combat system of active warships. Otherwise, why do we say that the front-end technology has been circled? Many science fiction level technologies have already been developed in reality, not to mention the prototype. Of course, the Eagle is currently mainly used to deal with surface submarines. The effective range is as short as that of Brother Sign. There is no need to be too afraid. As for SHIELD, let's not discuss it. After all, it has not been delivered yet. The announced megawatt power is really a bit ridiculous. It's not that this power cannot be achieved, but the vehicle is too small. But in general, laser weapons can no longer be considered as unformed stages, at least they should be considered prototypes. This is the case with laser weapons in reality, let alone laboratory level. At the shooting range, Hua Jun was introducing the effect of laser weapons on the barrier zone to Lin Li. As the head of the defense team, he is much more familiar with the relevant data. Laser weapons generally have 1-2 levels of conversion. First, the seed source needs to convert electrical energy into light energy. The electro-optical conversion efficiency of this part is about 25-55%. In order to improve the beam quality or increase the energy density, it is necessary to do one or more light-to-light conversions, and the efficiency is generally 50-80%. Taking into account the energy loss of the final focusing or beam combination, the final electro-optical conversion efficiency of laser weapons is estimated to be between 1 and 10%. However, in the laboratory, we have used the free carrier absorption lamp loss mechanism to break through 40% of its light output efficiency. Old Lin, do you still remember the electricity consumption report I wrote to you more than a week ago? Lin Li thought for a few seconds after hearing this, and suddenly thought of something. He patted his head lightly, shaking off a few strands of wilted hair, and suddenly said, "Is it the report on peaking 40,000 kilowatts of electrical power? So you were doing a laser defense experiment at that time?" About a week ago, Lin Li received a report from Hua Jun. The report immediately called for 40,000 kilowatts of electrical power, so he was deeply impressed. At that time, Wang Qiang was still muttering whether Hua Jun was going to sing rap at Maple Leaf National Stadium 40,000 kilowatts. What does this mean? At present, the entire Damo thermal power plant only has one 480 megawatts generator set supplying electricity, which is equivalent to 480,000 kilowatts. And this 480 megawatts covers the electricity consumption of Xinhurl Camp, military base, life experiment base in Chichen City. It includes the operating power consumption of 2 supercomputers Hubei and Hawaii. Huajun's withdrawal almost stopped most ordinary projects for at least 40 minutes. At that time, the report submitted by Huajun was about the development of some kind of defensive talisman, and his status as a big boss of the Military Industry Institute and an academician of the Academy of Engineering was there. Therefore, Lin Li finally agreed to the application. Unexpectedly, Huajun actually wanted to do a laser penetration experiment. Why do these scientific researchers like to play these unexpected tricks? Huajun patted his head twice and said, "That's right. This is a surprise for the headquarters. According to our experiments, within a distance of 2 meters, the ultra-high energy laser beam that can penetrate 500 millimeters main battle armor in 7.7 seconds cannot penetrate the barrier belt for 280 seconds. Experimental paper from the University of Göttingen in 2017, B. 2017. Non-reciprocal lasing in topological cavities of arbitrary geometries. Science, 358, 6363, 636, 640. During this period, the solid Orimic 290 mixed reaction is constantly ongoing, so theoretically the barrier belt can completely defend against a full-strength attack of the nascent soul level. Because according to the images left by Comrade Wei Siming, we can roughly judge the attack power of the nascent soul realm. I can say that even an attack that is 10 times more powerful than that of the 4th level sword cultivator of the nascent soul cannot match the instantaneous release energy level of that laser beam at a single point. It's just that our laser beam has no actual combat capability. Hearing Huajun's words, Lin Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the rabbits can currently activate a limited barrier space, no matter what, this at least means that the rabbits have the rudiments of fighting against the nascent soul. In any case, it will not be like before. Once the nascent soul is close to the face, there will be no countermeasures except to perish together. Then Lin Li suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, "Academician Hu, how long can this barrier trap the enemy? And what are those talismans used for?" Today is still 3 updates. Please vote for me. Chapter 267 Teacher Mingmao comes out of seclusion. The effect of the formation. Facing Lin Li's questions, Huajun explained, "The formations you see are actually very simple. They are a kind of first-order floating talisman. The principle of this kind of talisman floating is somewhat similar to that of a jet engine. It uses stored spiritual energy to obtain the thrust of ascent. It is not anti-gravity technology. These talismans can mainly play the role of rapid movement, that is, after capturing the opponent, the entire formation can be changed at will. So we named the entire combined formation as the fast anti-binding formation. As for how long it can trap the enemy, when mentioning the time of the formation, Huajun paused, and his tone became a little flat. Although the reaction between Mach 290 and solid spiritual energy can produce a large amount of chemical energy, the unit energy release is second only to nuclear fission. But no matter how large this magnitude is, it is impossible to be as infinite as the energy suspected to be vacuum zero-point energy inside the ice coffin. According to our calculations, a set of 2,000 cubic centimeters, which can provide a cubic meter of barrier zone of solid spiritual energy Mach 290 mixture, can provide energy for about 45 hours. At most, it is close to 2 days. Hearing the number of 45 hours, Lin Li's face suddenly showed a surprise expression that was completely different from Huajun's. He gently groaned, obviously a little surprised at the time. "Academician Hu, this formation can actually trap the opponent for more than 40 hours. That's right." Lin Li used the word actually. As the person in charge of the camp, Lin Li's attention is obviously more inclined to the direction of overall coordination and dispatch, and he cares about the concept of stop loss. To be honest, 2 days is indeed not a short time for controlling Yuanying realm practitioners. After all, the mechanism of the barrier belt is to prevent the uncontrollability of Yuanying realm after getting close to the face. Not to mention being able to control for 2 days, even 2 hours can be considered a very successful defense. From a conservative point of view, during these 2 days, the rabbits are fully capable of transferring personnel and equipment to avoid irresistible large-scale killing, thereby achieving the maximum extent of stop loss. If they are a little more proactive, They can move the enemy to an open area to launch a large-yield nuclear bomb to smother the face. If they are hid in the center of the nuclear bomb, even practitioners in the spirit transformation realm will die. If you choose a more radical approach, rabbits can also try to inject some neurotoxins during these 2 days, such as Corynebacterium diphtheriae, etc. As long as the translation process of messenger RNA is going on in the other party's body, the other party will be poisoned without a doubt. Perhaps some students who are not familiar with others will find it strange. No way, the nascent soul realm is afraid of neurotoxins? That can only mean that you underestimate the 4 words neurotoxin. Many neurotoxins actually have little to do with the individual's immune mechanism. The effect of blocking is stronger than the so-called toxicity. In theory, unless you are an iron-based organism, you will never be able to avoid the harm of neurotoxins, especially the top neurotoxins such as diphtheria. The lethal dose of diphtheria for ordinary people is about 10 nkg. What does this mean? For example, the total weight of the human population in the world is about 350 million tons. According to this calculation, only a grain of sugar orange-like diphtheria can kill half of the human population. This is much more powerful than snake venom, spider venom, and pure land of bliss. It seems that something strange has been mixed in. Perhaps the physique of a cultivator in the nascent soul realm is far superior to that of an ordinary person. He can inhale a large amount of diphtheria in a short period of time in a wide area and remain safe temporarily, and then rely on meditation to recover after leaving the battlefield. But if you are stuffed with dozens of liters of diphtheria in a closed environment, so that you don't even have the opportunity to recover blood, it's really hard to say what the situation will be. Of course, considering that the opponent may have means such as holding his breath, perhaps there are some means to self-supply oxygen. So it's not certain whether the opponent will die. At least from a probabilistic point of view, even if the opponent does not die in the end, the possibility of maintaining a complete state is not great. Moreover, the rabbits can also wait for time. Holding breath is definitely not a method that can be used for a long time, otherwise those nascent souls would have flown out of the universe long ago. According to some ancient records collected by the rabbits, in order to be qualified to cross the void, the realm must be at least above the transformation of the spirit. It is not difficult to understand. Only by going through some very special thunder tribulations and completely changing one's own structural functions can one survive in a vacuum for a certain period of time. Therefore, in this case, the rabbits can completely play a war of attrition with the trapped opponents. Although the rabbits only have 7 monster crystals at present, they can buy some of these resources if they really want to. After all, there are not too many monsters in the early stage of the 3rd stage, but there are not too few either. At least compared with the rare items such as the immortal earth crystal, the monster crystal is much lower in both commonness and price. A monster crystal in the early stage of the 3rd stage can be bought for about 20,000 spirit stones, which is about the same as the sword energy talisman in the early stage of the 3rd stage. After the money for the floating formation is obtained, it is not difficult for the rabbits to always have more than 10 of them. When one monster crystal is gone, they will exchange it for another one. If 2 days are not enough, they will exchange it for 4 days, and if it is still not enough, they will exchange it for 6 days. It is true that monster crystals are precious, but if you can exchange it for a half-dead Yuanying or the remains of a Yuanying, it is not a big deal to pay dozens of them. Of course, if you really can't poison the other party when the monster crystals are almost gone, then you can only say that you are hanging on the wall and resign to your fate and go through the path of nuclear weapons cremation. In short, with this thing, the rabbits at least have a certain degree of initiative, just like having a defense tower behind them. Even if the opponent is 1 or 2 levels ahead of you, it is not so easy to kill them by crossing the tower. Then Lin continued to ask, "By the way, academician how is this formation activated? Does it have to be entered by the opponent?" Huajun pondered for a while and said, "Yes, at present, this formation still needs the opponent to enter it to activate. But do you still remember the Fenton capture device we used to capture the 2-headed bull? We have optimized the Fenton capture device to a certain extent, so that it can launch a small high-pressure formation that lasts about 10 seconds. Once an improved Fenton bullet hits the opponent, the remaining formations can directly hit the face." Linley frowned when he heard this, a little puzzled. "You mean the 5.6-sided scattering method? This is a solution, but how can you guarantee that you can hit the Yuanying realm?" Huajun spread his hands. Firepower coverage. Lin Li. Huajun patted him on the shoulder and said, "Old Lin, don't forget, our condition is set to the situation where the Yuanying is close to the face. The speed of the fourth level of the Yuanying is usually about 800 to 900 meters per second, that is, about 2.45 Mach, which is about the same as the basic speed of Ultraman Tiga. This speed is indeed not slow, but if there is a near-ground battle, the opponent's flight speed will be at least doubled. A set of compound materials that can support 45 hours can be divided into 16,200 basic modules according to the 10-second usage time. Tens of thousands of seal capture devices are fired at multiple angles, and it is not difficult to hit one when the opponent is close to the ground. As long as the opponent is hit once, the opponent will be bound for 10 seconds, and then the subsequent formation can easily keep up." Huajun smiled very cunningly, as if he thought of something very interesting. "We can even fish at the beginning, such as using some missiles with little power to make him think that his defense is invincible, and after he is paralyzed, use high-voltage missiles with the same appearance but actually equipped with compounds and barrier belts to cover his face. By the way, this plan was proposed by your disciple Wen Kang. After all, the monster crystal is mainly studied by their team, and they cannot avoid the matter of retrieving solid spiritual energy, but I think this idea is quite good." Lin Li. The topic was almost over, and Huajun demonstrated the quick reaction binding array, which was indeed similar to the one in the secret room. Tang Pin then handed a cigarette to Lin Li and Huajun, and the three of them were surrounded by smoke on the shooting range. At the same time, Tang Pin concluded, "Old Lin, this is just a first-generation quick reaction binding array. It is certainly practical, but it is impossible to cover everything. We still have a long way to go, and there will be no Yuanying enemies coming to attack us immediately. There is no need to be too anxious because some situations are not covered. In short, we now have a certain confidence, at least we will not be completely defenseless." Lin Li heard this and nodded in agreement this time. He took a puff of cigarette and looked into the distance with a long gaze. As Tang Pin said, based on the development of the rabbits, it is basically impossible to contact the Yuanying realm within a year, and even if they do, it may not be a hostile force, so there is no need to be too anxious. This is like an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb. From today's perspective, the first few bombs are nothing more than a small one. When they really explode, they sound just like a firecracker. But its nature is extraordinary. It means that the technology has been introduced, and there is a powerful trump card. As long as we follow this path, there will be more complete second and third generations. Just as Lin Li and others were puffing smoke, Lin Li's assistant Zhang Guanghe walked over quickly and reported hastily, "Captain Lin, Teacher Mingmao has just come out of retreat. According to him, his great deduction technique has been officially introduced, and you can try to deduce the future." Chapter 268, A Few Things About Tui Bei Tu. What? Teacher Mingmao has already mastered the great deduction technique. Hearing Zhang Guanghe's report, Lin Li was shocked, and then he couldn't help but smile. Mingmao, a well-known online writer, a copyright tycoon, lives a happy life and has a harmonious family. He is also the first person with a single spiritual root qualification in the local macro concept. It's just that Mingmao's single spiritual root is a bit special. It has mutated into black and white, and it doesn't have much actual combat power. The only function is to practice the prophetic skills such as the great deduction technique. However, although Teacher Mingmao is a mediocre in terms of combat power, it does not mean that he is an unimportant little transparent. On the contrary, the command center actually has great expectations for Teacher Mingmao. After all, prophecy has always been a mysterious field in the local area. It is sometimes true and sometimes false, and no one can tell. For example, in our Chinese civilization, there is the famous Fuxi divination technique, and there are mysterious things such as the rubbing back map, cough, the Tuibai map. Especially the latter. As a 1,000-year-old book, Tuibai Tu reflects many important historical events in modern times. This is a very mysterious thing. The background of the emergence of Tuibai Tu originated from Tang Taizong Li Shimin's curiosity about the fate of the country. After Li Shimin became emperor, he wanted to know how long the Tang dynasty could exist, so he ordered the Feng Shui masters Yuan Xiangang and Li Chunfeng at the time to predict the fate of the country for him. Yuan Xiangang refused to predict the fate of the country at first on the grounds that he would be punished for leaking the secrets of heaven, but Li Shimin took the two to the castle in the air and said to them, "Only heaven, you and I know this matter, So you can tell it, Xianggang couldn't refuse, so he had to start predicting the fate of the Tang dynasty for Li Shimin. As a result, he couldn't stop predicting it once he started predicting it, and he predicted it more than 2,000 years later. Seeing that he had leaked too much secrets of heaven, Li Shunfeng pushed him from behind and said, "There are so many secrets that can't be said, it's better to predict the fate of the country." Yuan Xianggang stopped at this point, so this prophecy book was named Tui Bei Tu. The birth context of this book is basically like this, and the whole process of the event is not too exaggerated. After all, this behavior is very easy to do. You can find 3 people to restore this scene. In other words, in history, Li Shimin did ask Yuan Xianggang and others to predict the future, but whether Yuan Xianggang had the ability is another matter. The Tui Bei Tu predicts many things. Some of the prophecies are suspected to have been modified by later generations, but some of the prophecies are true, otherwise there would not be so many people who believe in this thing. For example, the third image of the Tui Bei Tu. The prophecy of the third image is, the sun and the moon are in the sky, shining on the earth. It is confusing and neither civil nor military. After becoming a female queen, Wu Zixin created many characters and changed her name to Wu Zhao. The sun and the moon are in the sky in the prophecy is exactly Wu Zixin's Zhao. This is something that can be confirmed to have happened in history. But there is a saying that Wu Zixin deliberately touched porcelain to give herself heaven's destiny. Objectively speaking, this statement is also possible. After all, it is not very difficult to operate. However, the fifth image, which is another real hammer, is more difficult to describe as touching porcelain. The fifth image of Tui Bei Tu predicts, Yang Ho flies, the road to Shu is difficult. Cut off the bamboo flute to see the sun, and there will be no more history. This image predicts the fate of Yang Gifi and Wei after the Anxi rebellion. Tang Xuanzong Li Longji was obsessed with Yang Yuhun's beauty and lived a life of drunkenness and dreaming all day, which led to the dominance of traitors in the court and the ambition of the governors outside the court. Later, An Lushan and Shi Siming launched a rebellion, and Tang Xuanzong took Yang Yuhun to Sichuan. On the way, the soldiers mutinied and everyone demanded the execution of the culprit Yang Yuhun. Tang Xuanzong had no choice but to give her a white silk to commit suicide. The fifth image is Ode, Yuang drums past Tongguan, and the king is lucky to Jianshan today. Muyu meets a ghost under the mountain, and decides to bury Jinhun here more clearly points out Yang Yuhun's identity and tells where she is buried. Of course. Some people also believe that the so-called Tui Bei Tu is just a fake created by later generations under the name of ancient people. They combined major historical events to write some mysterious prophecies to fool the public, which are not worthy of belief. For example, many scholars who studied Tui Bei Tu also vowed that the world would be destroyed in 12 years, and then what? Now 10 years have passed, and the doomsday has not come yet. So many people seized on this point to criticize Tui Bei Tu, saying that it was fake and fabricated in the 1990s. But in fact, the Shanghai Wenhu Daily published Tui Bei Tu in 1895, and it was an English translation. This version is collected in the library of the University of Hong Kong, and it is also collected by the University of California, USA. The author has seen an original version in the library of Kangaroo National University, but it was published in 1918. Even the most widely circulated version in China is 7 Kinds of Chinese Prophecies compiled by Kingxi Sanren in 1915, also known as China's Prophecies 2,000 Years Ago, published by Jingbu Bookstore. Especially from the publication of the book in 1915 to today, which is almost 100 years, there are indeed 4 or 5 major events recorded in the book, and there are more than the prophecies that did not happen. For example, the defeat of Neon and the July 19th incident in the 39th phase were things that Kingxi Sanren could not have predicted. So your statement that Tui Bei Tu was a book deliberately fabricated in recent years to boost the so-called national self-confidence is actually not very tenable. At present, there are only 41 major events that have been fulfilled in Tui Bei Tu, and at least 17 have not happened. By the way, there is a relatively widespread view that we are between the 43rd and 45th phases, which is also quite interesting. This is the case in the local area, not to mention the fairy world of Damoji where extraordinary powers exist. In addition to the possibility that the stone tablet carvings discovered earlier are suspected to be prophecies, the command center still attaches great importance to Mingmao's practice. If Mingmao can reach a relatively advanced area in the way of deduction, it may even feed back to the local area in terms of mystery. However, Tui Yanchu is different from other methods. It depends entirely on understanding to practice, and there is no specific progress bar. This is just like a teacher writing a bunch of math problems and asking you to understand them by yourself. If you figure it out, you can understand it. If you don't figure it out, you can only write a solution. Therefore, the headquarters has always been patient with teacher Mingmao and has not deliberately put pressure on him. On the contrary, the other pigeon spirits who came to the Damo realm with teacher Mingmao are now typing away their hair. His sight returns to the shooting range. Upon learning that Mingmao had made a breakthrough in the great deduction technique, Lin Li did not dare to neglect it. After briefly handing over the process to Tang Pin and others, he immediately took Zhang Guanghu and others back to the camp. Note, those who are interested in Tuiba can go and find out. It is quite interesting. In addition, some students have reported that there are fewer videos that can earn Kidian coins recently. Is this the case for everyone? This chapter has fewer words. I will mainly look at everyone's subscription feedback. If there are fewer, I will simply make it a 2,000-word chapter and strive for 3 or 4 updates. I recommend a very nice song. Search Ping Pong Pong on Bilibili and click on the one with the most views. Chapter 269, Wu Fan's Life or Death? Let me deduce it. The distance from the military base to the Xinhuo camp is 15 kilometers, and the round trip is more than 30 kilometers. Therefore, for people of Lin Li's age, the short round trip is somewhat mentally and physically demanding. Fortunately, when Lin Li, who was a little out of breath, rushed back to the Xinhuo camp, Mingmao was already waiting for him in the command center, and Zhang Guchen, Wei Fan and others were also accompanying him, so he didn't need to run to another place. After entering the command room, Lin Li first greeted a few acquaintances, and then his eyes subconsciously noticed Mingmao in the corner. Perhaps because the food in the camp was particularly good, Mingmao's body shape has become a little fatter. Mingmao, you have worked hard during this period. Lin Li stepped forward and shook his hand, and then asked curiously, Mingmao, I heard that you have already started with a great deduction technique? Mingmao's 2 apple muscles bulged slightly when he heard the words, and he smiled shyly. Even though he often participated in the annual meeting of Yuan and met countless platinum gods, he still felt a little pressure when facing Lin Li and others. After all, these are people in the system, and their titles are so big that they naturally have a sense of oppression. Then Mingmao organized some words and said to Lin Li, yes, I broke through the deduction barrier about an hour ago and officially accepted the deduction inheritance. Now I can feel the existence of a deduction force in my body, and I can perform calculations at any time. Lin Li looked at Zhang Guchen and asked curiously, deduction force? Teacher Mingmao, can you tell me what this is about? Mingmao's original position was that he was an unofficial person who came to the Great Mo realm to assist in the Kanji project, that is, one of the members of the writer group. They signed an employment agreement with the headquarters, which was not a delegation within the system. Although they definitely belong to the rabbits in terms of organization, they are still different from ordinary soldiers. For example, Xiao Yi is an active soldier of the rabbits, and his awareness and dedication are naturally beyond doubt. So when he just gave birth to his divine consciousness, the scientific research team did not encounter any resistance to analyze his divine consciousness. Even the relevance experiments were initially proposed by Xiao Yi himself. But Mingmao was different. Forcing someone to go to the lab when they had just achieved something was obviously inappropriate and might even cause some resistance. The idea of slicing was actually a joke. Rabbits would respect human rights even in another world. His gaze returned to the command room. Facing Lin Li's curiosity, Mingmao thought for a while, twirled his index finger near his temple, and said, it's probably an indescribable energy, which is somewhat different from spiritual energy. Just like the red and green data cables of a TV, I can tell which one is the green line representing spiritual energy, and which one is the red line representing the power of deduction. As long as I concentrate on practicing the exercises, my consciousness will enter a gray space surrounded by clouds and mist, and then meditate on what I want to deduce, and some fragments will flash before my eyes. As long as I capture these fragments, I can get a glimpse of the secrets of the future. Lin Li pondered for a while after hearing this, and continued to ask, then Teacher Mingmao, what can you deduce now? Mingmao didn't hesitate this time, and replied neatly, any recent actions are fine. As long as the object does not involve Foundation establishment practitioners, I should be able to deduce 1 or 2, and the lower the realm, the more accurate the deduction. For example, I just deduced the situation when you came back, Whether it is the area where your helicopter landed or the action of wiping sweat with your left hand when entering the door, it is consistent with my deduction. If you don't believe me, you can ask academician Zhang and others. Lin Li looked at Zhang Guchen, who nodded affirmatively, indicating that what Ming Mao said was true. Old Lin, teacher Ming Mao is right. He did deduce the scene of your return to the camp. According to my speculation, this may have something to do with information disturbance, but the specific situation needs further exploration. After all, we have too few examples to refer to at the moment, and it is not ruled out that it involves concepts such as parallel universes or causality. I see. Lin Li nodded thoughtfully, and then suddenly thought of something, turned to his assistant Zhang Guanghu and said, Xiao Zhang, go find researcher Wang Junwang who is responsible for testing the stone slab, and ask him to arrange a few people to bring the stone slab over. Zhang Guanghu saluted him. Understood, I will do it now. Then he turned and left. While waiting for Zhang Guanghu to return, Lin Li and others were not idle. Lin Li first took out a personal file from the drawer. This was the command room, which was also Lin Li's usual office. It was not surprising that he could retrieve paper files. Then Lin Li pulled out one of the pages of the file and handed it to Ming Mu. The content of this file was very simple, an A4 paper about 1 foot long, with a 1-inch bare head photo pasted on it, and other information such as date of birth, place of birth and blood type recorded below. The protagonist of the photo was no stranger to everyone. It was the protagonist Wu Fan, who had been missing for a long time. After pushing the file in front of Ming Mu, Lin Li explained, Teacher Ming Mu, can you try to deduce the situation of this young man? He is Wu Fan, a member of our camp. He disappeared accidentally in a teleportation experiment before, and we have not found any trace of him so far. His cultivation is very low. When he disappeared, he had just awakened his spirit and was not even at the first level of key training. So can you try to deduce and see where he is now? If positioning is difficult, can you deduce whether he is dead or alive, so that we can have some idea? Ming Mu looked at the photo of Wu Fan in the file and understood. As one of the writers who came later, although he had never met Wu Fan himself, he knew something about this man. After all, basically, when the newbies who were about to set off for the Great Mo Realm came to the side of the Light Gate, they would be told that the Light Gate was first discovered by Wu Fan, the owner of the ruins of this milk tea shop. What a sad story. Then Ming Mao took the file, and with a light glance, he memorized Wu Fan's face, birthday and many other information in his mind. Now that he has entered the realm of key training, it is quite easy to remember these 100 or so words. Then he nodded to Lin Li, walked to the corner of the command room, pulled out a chair, and began to deduce with his eyes closed. The whole process was not formal, there was no burning incense and bathing, and there was no worship of Xiao Dedu's milk color. It could even be said to be a bit sloppy. But this is the norm for deduction in the Great Mo Realm. It only needs the surrounding environment not to be too noisy. Those mysterious operations can be described in one sentence: there are many stationery for poor students. On the other side, seeing that Ming Mao did not ask them to retreat, Lin Li and the others fell silent and watched. About 10 minutes later, Ming Mao exhaled a long breath from his nose, and then opened his eyes, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. He looked at Lin Li with a heavy heart, and shook his head slowly. Captain Lin, Wu Fan must be dead, he can't be alive, give up. Unknowingly, it turned out to be 900 degrees, and it costs more than 800 yuan to match a 1.74 lens. And it's not a brand frame. As soon as you subscribe to the chapter, a round pattern and a number 10 will appear in the center of the bottom of the chapter. Just click on this pattern to watch the advertisement. You can read about 5 or 6 chapters. In addition, 3 updates today. Chapter 270. This is getting interesting. What? Wu Fan is dead. Hearing Ming Mao's deduction result, Lin Li's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly asked, Ming Mao teacher, this deduction result. Well, how sure are you? Will there be some errors? Ming Mao shook his head, as if he still felt sorry for Wu Fan's death. Almost 100% sure. You may not know that the great deduction technique is usually very accurate in the first few deductions. Especially Wu Fan is just a mortal. The deduction result is basically impossible to be wrong. I am a professional deduction monk. Seeing this, Lin Li could only sigh with mixed feelings. Although he did not have a good relationship with Wu Fan like Wen Qiang, Lin Ziming and others, he had dealt with this guy several times and knew that Wu Fan was actually a pretty good guy. Now that he suddenly learned the deduction result that Wu Fan was bound to die, he was still somewhat sad. As the first discoverer of the light gate, he died in the Great Mo realm in such an unclear way, which was indeed a bit sad and regrettable. Then Lin Li thought of Lin Ziming. This relative of his had always felt guilty towards Wu Fan. After all, in a sense, Wu Fan had suffered for him. If Lin Ziming knew about Wu Fan's death, it would probably be a knot in his heart that he would never be able to untie. While Ming Mao was talking to Lin Li, Zhang Guanghu happened to bring Wang Jun and several other soldiers who were responsible for guarding the stone slab back to the command room. Lin Li noticed that Wang Jun's expression was very solemn at this time, and it seemed that he had some important news to report. Therefore, he had to suppress the sadness in his heart temporarily, forced himself to be energetic, stepped forward and shook hands with Wang Jun. "Researcher Wang, long time no see." Then he casually found a topic to talk about, pointed to the stone slab and said, "How is it? Have you found any research results on the age of the stone slab?" Wang Jun nodded, took out a document from his body and handed it to Lin Li, and said solemnly, "Captain Lin, I was just about to find an opportunity to report this to you. The test report just came out a few hours ago. The age of this stone slab should be more than 2 million years, which obviously does not belong to the present or ancient times. In addition, we also found an abnormal situation." Lin Li picked up a thermos cup of the same model as Manning, and said casually, "Oh? What's the abnormal situation?" Wang Jun took a deep breath, looked at Lin Li closely, and said word by word, "We detected residual energy levels of electrons on the stone slab, which means that the image on the stone slab is suspected to be engraved by laser." Clang! Lin Ziming lost his grip and the thermos cup fell heavily onto the table, splashing wolfberries and tea everywhere. One wolfberry even bounced right onto the center of Lin Li's forehead, looking like the mark between Nezhu's eyebrows. However, Lin Li didn't care about it at all. He stared at Wang Jun blankly. "Researcher Wang, what did you say?" In fact, it was not only Lin Li. Zheng Gucheng also rushed to the side of the two of them at this time. Even Ming Mao was surprised. After all, he was also a science fiction writer, so he naturally understood the significance of Wang Jun's discovery. Wang Jun, who was locked in by several pairs of eyes, exhaled a long breath, looked around, and explained, "Captain Lin, when we were identifying the age of the stone slab at the beginning, we found that the images engraved on it were a little too realistic. And the hardness of the stone slab is very high, so it is unlikely that it was engraved by human power. At that time, we actually did not think of the possibility of laser engraving, but wondered whether this step was completed by other means of cultivation. So we first detected the residual spiritual energy and found that the test result was 0, and since it has come to this step, I thought that the subsequent standard procedures would be carried out together. The result is unknown until I check it. I was shocked when I checked it. My assistant Xiao Zhang actually found traces of suspected electric tracks. So we started to try various methods, and finally with the assistance of chirped pulse amplification technology, we finally determined that the surface of the stone slab has photoelectric effect and high energy aggregate state. As we all know, the lifetime of leptons is very complicated, and the lifetimes of electrons, muons, and twons become shorter in turn. Electrons are very long-lived, while twons are very short-lived. As for neutrinos, they are difficult to detect. The current experiments give the lower limit of the ratio of lifetime to mass. Therefore, when a high-energy photoelectric effect occurs in a certain area, if the preservation environment is good, relevant traces can be detected tens of millions of years later, not to mention millions of years. The specific operation process is actually very simple, and it is still a foolproof operation. Just adjust the laser energy level by using the chirped pulse amplification technology, and then use the electric field gradient at the waist of the highly focused laser beam to generate a restoring force to capture the macromolecules. Then model the nonlinear behavior of the electric polarization vector of the medium. As long as there is an intersection band of the composite field, it can be said that a high-energy photoelectric effect has occurred. It is even possible to reverse the age of the event through the field strength traces of the photoelectric effect. As for why this technology is not often used in archaeology, please, which dinosaur fossil has been burned with lasers? In short, finding the field strength traces of laser burning on the stone slab is undoubtedly a news that can break the sky. Shocked, Lin Li even dispelled most of the sadness brought by Wu Fan's death. There is no way, this news is too shocking. Mentioned before, The so-called ancient times of the Great Mo realm were about 20,000 to 30,000 years ago, which is the most prosperous period of cultivation known to date. This value may be extended to 100,000 years ago under extreme conditions. Before the ancient times, there must have been other civilizations in the Great Mo realm, because a civilization cannot debut at the peak of its full form. It is just like the period of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, when China's ancient military power peaked. This peak cannot appear out of thin air. There must have been other civilizations, emperors, before the beginning of the Han Dynasty. Only long-term quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. After all, the civilization of the Great Mo realm is not the creation of the world, and there are no innate gods and demons hanging on the wall. According to the information that the rabbits have already mastered, the age of the universe in the Great Mo realm is at least billions of years, or even earlier. Therefore, the rabbits are actually mentally prepared for the situation that there is one or more civilizations in the ancient times. But no matter how big the rabbits' brains are, they will never think that the previous civilization will master lasers. This is not cultivation at all, okay? Note, most readers should know that these pictures are linked. Uncle Tong praised me 3 times and I just paid tribute to him. I don't think I said that the Tui Bei 2 is true. I said that those who are interested can go and learn about it. It is quite interesting. Why do some people directly accuse me of pseudoscience? 3 updates today, please vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Lost Civilization and Rededuction. You know, it is different from the concept of laser. Laser was first invented on May 15, 1960, which was the day of the 42nd anniversary of Kidian Chinese Network. The official application of laser burning was more than 10 years later than the birth of laser, and it is a technological means that can only be mastered by a certain degree of industrialization. The simplest local laser engraving dates back to the late 1970s. Of course, considering that the advanced technology tree may have a certain degree of deformity, we cannot blindly follow the local technology development timeline. But no matter what, this is definitely not a style that a world of immortal cultivation should master. Just as everyone was amazed, Zheng Gucheng suddenly thought of something and turned to Lin Li and said, "Old Lin, do you still remember the abnormal point about damoji cultivation that we mentioned when we first came into contact with the remains of the 3rd-level monster?" Lin Li recalled for a few seconds and said, "Are you talking about the situation in damoji where cultivation only goes up and not down?" Zheng Gucheng nodded and explained, "When cultivating the truth, what should be cultivated is not the realm, but the truth of all things, and the essence of various things should be explored. But among all the practitioners we have come into contact with, whether it is elixir, magic weapon, technique or spiritual energy, they have not even tried the most basic research. Rather than seeking the truth, it is better to say that it is a simple upgrade. This is abnormal and cannot be described by the difference in worldview, even if we take a step back, even if today's cultivators have accepted some inherent inheritance. What about those who came earlier? Did it the first batch of damoji creatures who refine elixirs and the first to step into the key training realm study these truths? Even a mortal like Chu Yuan would ask the question in the heavenly questions, in the beginning of ancient times, who preached the truth? How can we study the world when the world was not yet formed? How could the ancestors of the Great Mo realm have not explored these questions? The appearance of the stone slab just proves the conjecture of the deformation theory. Lin Li looked at him thoughtfully. "So, what you mean is," Zheng Gucheng took a deep breath and said word by word, "today's Great Mo realm must be a lost civilization. Something big must have happened in their history, causing some links to be missing. Lost civilization." These 5 words were actually proposed by the rabbits a long time ago. However, the meaning of this word at that time was more inclined to describe the context of metaphor, rather than the affirmation of the hammer. But the appearance of the stone slab made these 5 words suddenly lean towards the concept of a certain condensed state. Zheng Gucheng's words now basically represent the position of the physics team. After Lin Li calmed down, he turned to Wang Jun and said, "Researcher Wang, your discovery is very important. Please prepare a detailed report immediately, and tell us everything about the research. Feel free to attach any personal ideas to it, and we will hand it over to the core layer for discussion." Wang Jun's discovery is indeed significant. But the significant here refers to the possibility that the previous civilization is suspected to have scientific and technological means. As for the actual value of civilization research, it is not very high, because there are no other relics or traces that can be explored in depth. You can't judge the scientific and technological means of a civilization based on a table of intercourse energy alone. It's like tens of thousands of years later, a new human found a stone slab from our era, on which a beautiful sheep was engraved with a laser. What can you analyze? Therefore, the laser traces on the stone slab belong to a qualitative discovery, which means that from now on we can put more energy into the advanced civilization, and the other functions are just that. After sending Wang Jun away, Lin Li thought of Ming Mao, who was left aside by him, and hurriedly said apologetically, "Teacher Ming Mao, I kept you waiting for a long time." Ming Mao smiled and waved his hand, seeming to be unconcerned. "It's okay, I'm a science fiction writer, so I understand what you and researcher Wang said. To be honest, I really opened my eyes this time, and I have the inspiration for the next book." Lin Li smiled and patted his shoulder, then picked up the stone slab from the table and said to Ming Mao, "Teacher Ming Mao, let's talk about business. Can you deduce this stone slab again? For example, its origin or some other information?" Ming Mao hesitated for a few seconds, and said hesitantly, Okay. But can you wait for me for a while?" Lin Li was stunned at first, and then seemed to have made up his mind, and said suddenly, "Oh, I see. You consumed too much mental energy in the previous deduction, and now you want to meditate to recover." No, it has nothing to do with that." Ming Mao shook his head and pointed to a stain on his crotch and said, "It's mainly because you knocked over the thermos just now, and the water stain splashed on my pants. I want to change my pants, otherwise it will look like I wet the bed, which is embarrassing." Lin Li twitched the corners of his mouth twice and laughed dryly. "I see, then you should change your pants first." 10 minutes later, Ming Mao, who changed into a new pair of pants, returned again. "Captain Lin, I'm fine now." Lin Li first glanced at Ming Mao's crotch with a very subtle mentality, then coughed lightly, handed the slate to Ming Mao, and added, "By the way, Teacher Ming Mao, aren't Patriarch Wei and Colonel Lin searching in Kyangu Mountain now? Teacher Ming Mao, can you do some calculations to see if they can get anything this time?" Ming Mao didn't hesitate this time and took over the task readily. "No problem. Although Patriarch Wei is a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm, he is not the main subject of the deduction, so it shouldn't have any impact." Then he took the slate, walked to the previous corner and started to deduce. At the beginning of the deduction, Ming Mao's actions were still sitting in meditation and closing his eyes. However, as time went on, you could see some beads of sweat gradually appearing on his face. Obviously, the difficulty of this deduction was much more difficult than deducing Wu Fan's life and death. The sweat beads gradually wet his clothes, first the collar, then the chest. Because Teacher Ming Mao's action at this time was sitting cross-legged, his crotch was embarrassingly wet again. A few minutes later, Ming Mao's whole body suddenly began to tremble slowly, and the frequency gradually increased. In the end, he looked like he had Parkinson's disease and couldn't stop shaking. Those who knew the situation knew that he was just doing a deduction, while those who didn't thought it was some kind of master's task. If it wasn't for Ming Mao's normal breathing rate and complexion, Lin Li almost thought that Ming Mao was possessed. This went on for about 10 minutes. Just as Lin Li was hesitating whether to go forward and wake Ming Mao up, Ming Mao slowly opened his eyes. Big Eyes Open Big Eyes JPG. Recommending a new book. I Am the Eternal Lord, a new work by a well-known old author, with an interesting setting and a timeline. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Chapter 272, Stars Fall. In the Xinhao camp. Seeing Ming Mao open her eyes and finish the deduction process, Lin Li quickly poured Ming Mao a glass of water. "Come on, Teacher Ming Mao, drink some water first." Then he turned to his assistant Zhang Guanghu and said, "Xiao Zhang, go get a towel." Teacher Ming Mao's pants, cough. The pants are wet again. Ming Mao politely thanked Lin, took the cup of water he handed over, and gulped down a big gulp. Then Lin Li waited for about 10 seconds. Seeing that Ming Mao's complexion had almost returned to normal, he asked, "Teacher Ming Mao, what is the result of your deduction this time?" Upon hearing this, Ming Mao first looked down at his still trembling hands, and at the same time an expression of lingering fear appeared on his face, and he said, "Captain Lin, I did deduce some information this time, and I'm afraid it's a bit scary." Lin Li keenly noticed the word "some," and vaguely felt that Ming Mao might have some big news, so he asked, "Oh? What is the content of the information? Can you tell me?" Lin Li asked the last sentence separately. After all, there are those sayings in traditional fortune-telling that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. However, to his relief, Ming Mao waved his hand, then pointed to the stone slab beside him and said, "Captain Lin, let's talk about the deduction of the stone slab first. Do you remember the process I introduced before? When I enter the deduction state, my consciousness will enter a closed space filled with gray fog. There will be some fragments related to the events I deduced flying through the space. As long as I can capture the fragments, I can explore the information in them." Lin Li nodded. He still remembered this process. It was a bit like the flying saucer shooting in the sports meeting. You have to hit the object flying towards you to score. Zhang Guocheng had previously judged that this space might be the intersection of some kind of cosmic information. Ming Mao then continued, "During this deduction, I saw a lot of scattered fragments flying very quickly in the space. I estimate that there may be no less than 20 pieces." Wait a moment. Since Ming Mao's deduction was a unique case, Lin Li was very concerned about all kinds of detailed information. After interrupting Ming Mao, he asked, "Teacher Ming Mao, there are 20 fragments this time, so how many fragments were there when you deduced Wu Fan?" Ming Mao shook his head upon hearing this, and said, "When I deduced Wu Fan, there were no fragments in the space. I judged his life or death through another way of calculation. Although the mode of calculation and capturing fragments is different, the accuracy rate is actually not much different. Wu Fan must be dead. However, although there are many fragments this time, perhaps because of my insufficient cultivation, I only captured 2 of them in the end. So what are the contents of the 2 fragments?" Hearing Lin Li's question, Ming Mao's eyes suddenly showed a trace of fear and shock. He swallowed lightly and continued, "The first piece of debris is a video recording. I saw a huge star, obviously a red supergiant, collapsing layer by layer, and a black curtain descended upon the world. Some black cubes, similar to Rubik's cubes, with a height of 7 or 8 meters fell from the void and were swallowed by the flames of the star's collapse. Several vermilion coffins floated out from a neighboring planet and moved aimlessly in the galaxy. There were also several invisible chains in the void that made a decaying and harsh friction sound, as if they were going to imprison the entire universe, but there was no living being in the entire video." Ming Mao's tone was extremely slow and deep, and his literary skills allowed him to describe what he saw and heard in a very concise manner in a short period of time. A strange starfall. Then Ming Mao paused and continued, "As for the content of the second paragraph, it is very simple. There is only 1 syllable in the whole article." "What syllable?" It was a sharp female voice. It was neither Chinese nor Damo language. I couldn't understand its meaning. The specific pronunciation was about Kasu. Lin Li heard this and repeated it with a frown. "Kasu." Ming Mao nodded heavily and said, "Although I don't understand what this word means, I can clearly feel that the person who did it has a strong resentment and murderous intent. It was like a sharp knife cutting through my head. The sweat you saw was produced at that time. Why is my crotch wet again?" Lin Li motioned Zhang Guanghu to hand the towel to Ming Mao, and then thought for a while and said, "Teacher Ming Mao, are there any other details in the deduction fragments of the stone slab that you remember deeply?" Hearing this question, Ming Mao's face suddenly showed a trace of hesitation, and the corners of his mouth stammered a few times, and said, "Captain Lin, I did see a situation, but I'm not sure if I saw it wrong or what." Lin Li waved his hand and said with a smile, "Teacher Ming Mao, you can say whatever you want. This is not a formal meeting. You can speak freely." Ming Mao thought for a while and said, "Okay, then I will say it. I did not see any iron core in the center of the Earth at the moment when the collapsed planet collapsed. Not even a little bit." Hearing this, Lin Li had not reacted because of his non-professional background, but Zhang Guocheng rushed to Ming Mao. "What? There is no iron core in the center of the Earth? Teacher Ming Mao, are you sure?" Ming Mao hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. "Yes, I did not see any iron core." As a science fiction writer, how could he not know what he meant by this? Zhang Guocheng opened his mouth after hearing this, and then smiled bitterly and showed Lin Li his arm. "Old Lin, look." Lin Li looked at it. Zhang Guocheng's arm was covered with goosebumps. "Iron core in the center of the star, what does this mean?" This is to mention the issue of stellar evolution. Take our sun as an example. Like all other stars, the sun was born in a nebula. The main component of the nebula is hydrogen. Under the influence of its own gravity, these hydrogen atoms and hydrogen ions will collapse toward the center of the nebula. As more and more hydrogen is pressed toward the center, the temperature at the center of the nebula becomes higher and higher, and the pressure becomes greater and greater. When a certain critical value is reached, the first fusion reaction begins. As the first pair of hydrogen nuclei fuse into helium, the huge energy released in this reaction becomes the seed of the chain reaction of fusion, allowing more hydrogen around to participate in fusion and form stars. This is the origin of the Sun. Stars have two forces acting on each other in their stable life stages. One is the repulsive force of the energy generated by fusion, and the other is the inward collapse force of their own mass. That is, one wants to push outward, and the other wants to poke in. I recommend a cockroach medicine, Beimishi. It is really expensive, but it is really useful. After 2 days of use, the cockroaches at home are gone. Chapter 273 The fastest slap in the face in history. Repulsion and collapse. These two forces are balanced with each other for most of the time in stars. If there is more fusion, the external repulsion becomes stronger. The star will tend to expand, the central pressure will decrease, and the fusion will return to the equilibrium rate. If there is less fusion, the external repulsion decreases. The star will collapse inward, so the central pressure will increase, the fusion will accelerate, and it will still return to the equilibrium rate. It is a bit like a seesaw. The star in the stable stage is called the main sequence star. Our Sun is currently in this stage, and it is also a step that almost all stars will take. From birth to the main sequence star, the evolution process of most stars is the same, the difference is the length of time. If the initial mass is large, the collapse force is large, and the corresponding fusion rate is high. If the initial mass is small, the gravitational collapse is small, and the corresponding fusion rate is low. In simple terms, it is like a person's life is to eat XX tons of food. The more you eat, the faster you walk. The stage before the main sequence star of each star is similar, but their final fate is different. For us humans, emperors and generals are born with different talents. As long as we work hard, we can always change our destiny to a great extent. Poor children don't have to worry about becoming rich and powerful, but if they work hard, they will have enough food and clothing. But stars are different. Their origin, that is, their initial mass, is almost the only determinant of their destiny. Some castes are similar to those of Indians. Whether you are a superior or inferior person is determined at birth and cannot be changed. In short, when a star passes the main sequence stage, that is, most of the hydrogen is fused into helium, and stars of different masses go their separate ways. Later they are divided into red giants and red supergiants. For our Sun, the reduction of hydrogen will reduce the fusion rate, and the prevailing collapse force will further increase the internal pressure and temperature. The helium around the core of the star reaches the critical point, and then begins to fuse into heavier carbon. As more and more helium participates in fusion, the outer layer of the Sun will slowly expand and cool down, becoming less bright. The Sun at this stage is called a red giant. When it reaches this stage, the Sun will reveal its dangerous side. Its expanding surface will engulf Mercury and Venus, and it is not certain whether it will engulf the Earth. But when it really reaches that stage, it doesn't matter whether it engulfs the Earth or not. The surface temperature of the Earth will not be lower than 3,000 degrees at that time, and even if you ask the guy from Guangdong province to come, he will not be able to survive. When it reaches this stage, the helium inside the star will be completely converted into heavy elements in just a few million years, and the center of the star will become a huge iron core. Yes, this iron core is the iron core mentioned by Mingmu and Zhengguchen. Why is the final form of the interior iron? Because when the fusion reaches the iron element, the fusion cannot continue. The energy released by the fusion reaction of the iron element is less than the energy absorbed. This is the required knowledge of high school physics. Therefore, iron is also called the star killer. So normally, if a star explodes normally after its lifespan has expired, then whether it explodes into a nebula or a supernova, a huge iron core can definitely be observed. As for whether you can still survive after seeing it, it is hard to say. This is why Zhengguchen was so surprised. A huge star has no iron core inside at the moment of collapse, which either means that the iron core inside has been dug out by some people, or it means that the star was murdered. To be honest, the possibility of the first situation does exist, but the probability is not very high. Not to mention the temperature of the red giant and the internal overpressure of hundreds of millions. People who can obtain iron cores inside stars can completely extract iron elements or liquid iron in the universe through other means that are countless times easier. For example, the Earth. As long as you cut to the center of the Earth, you can see a lot of liquid iron, and the amount is not small of course. There is no need to worry that the Earth will explode because of too much iron. Although there are some high-energy areas inside the Earth that are also undergoing slight nuclear fusion, it is just internal energy conversion. In short, cutting open a star to take the iron core from the inside is indeed a time-consuming and laborious way. Of course, some special circumstances are not ruled out, such as the other party urgently needs these iron cores or has other means, etc. But according to Ming Mao's statement, this possibility is not very convincing logically. Therefore, the latter is more feasible. This star is very young, and it has not reached the level of starfall. It was directly destroyed by external forces. In this case, the means of the advanced civilization are somewhat terrifying. That is a star. Not to mention the other vermilion coffins, chains, and female voices mentioned by Ming Mao. In the conference room, Lin Li's expression was very complicated at the moment, and he murmured, "Now, the fog is even bigger." He did not suspect that Ming Mao was making up or lying. First, Ming Mao did not need to do so. Second, this is the command room, and there has been a lie detector working from the beginning. It's not that the command center does not trust Ming Mao, but because the nature of the deduction is too important, and it may even have a certain impact on the development direction of the rabbits. Especially the information related to the stone tablet, or the advanced civilization, is a super major event that can be upgraded to the civilization level. And coercive means are not suitable, so naturally, some bad situations can only be avoided through technical means. In fact, judging from Ming Mao's IQ, perhaps he has already thought of this and accepted it calmly. And because Ming Mao did not lie, the current fog is even bigger. Although the previous civilization related to Casa has no directly related objects except the stone tablet, this civilization is like Wang Zifeng in Dream of Red Mansions, hearing the voice before seeing the person. Just the voice that Ming Mao heard was enough to shock the rabbits for a long time. If this civilization really has the ability to destroy stars, it is undoubtedly a higher level civilization than humans. And this raises more questions. To what extent have their technological means developed? What is the relationship with the current civilization of the Great Mo realm? Does this civilization still exist today? In addition, there is a more critical core. That is, if the rabbits find some relics of the previous civilization, how can the local technological level be improved? It's not that the rabbits are eating what they have in their bowls, but because this previous civilization clearly has some special connection with the Great Mo realm, it is definitely right to give priority to the long-term vision from a strategic perspective. It is better to have a long-term vision than a short-term vision. Anyway, it is fine as long as you walk steadily on the road. If a primary school student says that he wants to enter Shanghai University and work hard for it, can you say that he thinks too much? Thinking of this, Lin Li did not dare to neglect it. He asked Ming Mao again about what he saw and recorded it. Then he asked, "Then Teacher Ming Mao, what about Kyangu Mountain? What results will the old patriarch Wei and Colonel Lin have?" When Ming Mao mentioned the exploration of Kyangu Mountain, his expression relaxed a lot. He just shook his head gently and said decisively, "Captain Lin, according to my deduction, Colonel Lin and his team may not find anything in this exploration. The headquarters should make more preparations." Lin Li blinked when he heard it, and asked, "Teacher Ming Mao, may I ask, did you see the fragments or get the information through calculation?" "It was calculation. I didn't see the fragments when I deduced Colonel Lin. After all, things involving the future are definitely more difficult than tracing the past," Ming Mao explained, and then continued, "Captain Lin, although this is only the result of calculation, there is no need to doubt its accuracy. I am a professional prophecy monk, and I am sure about this little thing." As soon as Ming Mao finished speaking, Lin Li saw Wang Yaohua, the squad leader of the communications class, running over in a hurry. "Report, Colonel Lin and his team have made a major discovery in Kyangu Mountain. Ming Mao, please give me a monthly ticket. The average daily number this month is 7,000. Chapter 274. This is confirmed. As a literature lover, Ming Mao likes to read Romance of the Three Kingdoms very much, just like LSP likes to look at pornographic pictures. Therefore, he can recite the story of Xiao Xiao's retracting the flag in Hurong Road by heart, and he also expresses deep sympathy. However, what he didn't expect was that he would retract the flag in a second one day and be slapped in the face on the spot. Therefore, at this moment, the atmosphere in the headquarters was slightly awkward. In the end, Lin Li came back to his senses first. He only heard him cough lightly and said to his assistant Zhang Guanghua, "Xiao Zhang, Teacher Mingmao has been deducing for such a long time, his spirit must be a little tired. You take Teacher Mingmao down to rest. If he needs food or physical therapy, you can arrange it together. Lin Li's tone was very kind, without any anger. Although he was also a little surprised that Mingmao retracted the flag in a second, he didn't deny Mingmao's deduction completely because of this. After all, deduction is a probabilistic event. If everything can be calculated, then just report him for using perspective. Let's not talk about local fortune-telling. At least in the Great Mo world, deduction is not a foolish thing. Besides, Mingmao had done a deduction before Lin Li returned. Zhang Guocheng and others confirmed that every detail was consistent with the results of his deduction. Therefore, the current accuracy rate is 50-50. According to Lin Li's understanding, if the gray fog space is really the information intersection of a parallel universe, as Zhang Guocheng speculated, then Mingmao's deduction may be what happened in the parallel universe. Therefore, Mingmao's failure can only be said to be that his skills are not deep enough and he did not grasp the truth this time. After Mingmao was taken out of the command room by Zhang Guanghua, Lin Li quickly asked Wang Yaohu to transfer the signal to the screen in the command room. Soon, Lin Ziming's tired face appeared on the screen. It was obvious that he had not had a good rest during this period. Captain Lin, this is Lin Ziming, can you hear me? Lin Li smiled and waved to him, saying, Colonel Lin, the signal is normal. You have worked hard these days. By the way, I heard that the team has a new discovery. At the same time, 300 kilometers away, Lin Ziming was leading the team in a shady place, leaning against a huge rock and communicating with the headquarters through a relay base station. Hearing Lin Li's question, Lin Ziming nodded heavily. Captain Lin, it has been a while since we arrived at Kyangu Mountain for exploration, and today we finally made a new discovery. Let me report to you about the situation of Kyangu Mountain first. I always feel that this place is a bit weird. About a week ago, with the assistance of Manager Bu of Hufei Group, we had a clearer understanding of the overall picture of Kyangu Mountain. The main peak of Kyangu Mountain is about 2,300 meters high, surrounded by 3 auxiliary peaks over 800 meters. The entire mountain covers an area of about twice that of Xiaolianzi Mountain. In addition, the structure of the entire mountain is very strange, with the highest peak in the east and the lowest peak in the west. The bird's eye view is circular, and it looks like a cylinder that is higher in the east and lower in the west, with some hollow inside. In the command center, Ma Ning, who had just arrived at the scene, stroked his beard and said, a height of more than 2,300 meters? That's not a low peak. Although Ma Ning is a linguist and archaeologist, he doesn't seem to have much in common with geography. In fact, due to the need to study ancient culture, he is quite familiar with many famous mountains and mountain systems in China. Whether it is Taoist culture or Buddhist culture, they are more or less related to those famous mountains and rivers. For example, Emiri, Songshan, Qingcheng, Kunlun, etc. In addition, he has come into contact with ancient monarchs, ancient sites such as Mount Tai from time to time, and naturally knows quite a lot about the height of mountains. For example, the Lotus Peak of Huangshan is 1,864 meters above sea level, and Mount Tai is more than 1,500 meters above sea level. The main peak is more than 2,300 meters. If the environment is good enough, plus some special illusions, then it can be called a famous mountain in the country. Therefore, for such a large mountain, the difficulty of exploration and the risk of hidden monsters are definitely not low. In the video, Lin Ziming continued, such a large mountain still has some difficulties in exploration. At the beginning, our drone flew several times but didn't find the grave of Mo Pidong's wife, but we did find a few monsters. Hearing the word monster, Lin Li's brows twisted unconsciously. Colonel Lin, did you encounter monsters? Lin Ziming seemed a little excited, and said with a smile, we encountered them about 5 or 6 times, but these monsters were not strong. They could not break through our first-and-a-half-generation psychic shield, and we even solved them without the need for Patriarch Wei to take action. Lin Li was relieved. It's good that the people are okay. Colonel Lin, please continue. Lin Ziming nodded, and continued, we searched with high-altitude vision for 2 days. When we found nothing, Captain Zhang Yaking, who came with the team, suddenly thought of a detail. Mo Pidong's wife is named Guo Yulian, an illegitimate daughter of the collateral branch of Guo Jiagao, a village affiliated to Nanjing City. Although the Guo family is not strong, they have an ancestral burial custom. The grave should be backlit and closed to water. Even married female members of the family will be required to be buried in this way. This custom is not very difficult. Even if there are 3 sons in the Great Mo realm, it is not difficult to find a suitable shady side. Therefore, most married Guo clan women will have a record of respecting the Guo clan motto and burying by the mountain spring after their death. Although Guo Yulian only recorded her birth details in the Mo family motto, the details of her burial were not recorded. But considering the extremely loving relationship between Mo Pidong and Guo Yulian, the possibility of abiding by the Guo clan motto is very high. After hearing this, Lin Li retrieved a detailed record of the family tree collected in the Mo family's library from the archives and entered the keywords Nanjing City, Guo Yulian. Soon, a record emerged. Guo Yulian, the posthumous daughter of a concubine in Guo Jiagao, was also the illegitimate child of her late father. Therefore, she was often mocked by children as the illegitimate daughter of the Guo family in the ditch. Later, she married Mo Pidong, a member of the Mo clan. Lin Li then found the training group of the Guo family to prove that what Lin Ziming said was true. Colonel Lin, please continue. Lin Ziming nodded and continued, based on the ancestral precepts of the Guo family, we have formulated a plan to search for springs on the shady side of the mountain. Although most springs have small sources and are difficult to find, combined with the condition of shaded, the difficulty is much lower than before. Then we spent 2 days exploring several low peaks with clear views on the edge through drones. After confirming that there were no springs and tombstones in the shade of these low peaks, we locked our sights on the remaining 8 auxiliary peaks with a height of more than 200 meters. Hearing this, Lin Li felt that he had guessed a follow-up situation. Colonel Lin, it's not easy to explore these peaks one by one, right? However, to his surprise, Lin Ziming shook his head. It's actually quite easy. Before the exploration, I contacted Director Fei Chu and asked him to select 4 peaks according to his sixth sense. Then I directly searched the remaining 4 peaks, of course. This is just a little game we played casually. Anyway, we have to explore several peaks, so it doesn't matter who goes first or later. Unexpectedly, we found a low tomb behind the first mountain. Perhaps because it was too old, some of the words on the tomb were no longer clear. However, with the help of the old Master Wei, we finally confirmed that this was Guo Yulian's tomb. Lin Li, is this even possible? In the end, Ma Ning calmed down first and said, 8 out of 4, a 50-50 probability, it should be just a coincidence. By the way, Colonel Lin, what happened later? Lin Ziming heard this and said, later, we opened the tomb and found 2 dry skeletons with their hands clenched. One of them can be identified as a woman through the pelvis and other parts, and the other. According to our tests, whether it is the left hand holding the sword or other physical signs, it is consistent with Mo Pidong, and there is no sign of being bitten by monsters. Quotation mark. Chapter 275 Altar, Abyss. After hearing what Lin Ziming said, Lin Li suddenly felt like he had let go of something, and he was so happy. As a senior obsessive-compulsive disorder patient and scientific research expert, he is actually a very determined player who believes in seeing the real hammer to feel comfortable. That is, no matter how reasonable your theory is, he has to see a real evidence to be completely relieved. It's like an online writer. The editor notifies you in advance that a big recommendation will be on August 19th, but you will only be completely relieved when the big recommendation station section actually receives it. It is precisely because of this mentality that no matter how confident Wang Jun was about Mo Pidong's possession of the body before, even if the possibility is infinitely close to 100%, Lin Li still wants to see a real proof. And now, the proof is there. According to the records of the Mo family, Mo Pidong died during the beast tide in order to cover the departure of Mo Xiaonan and others. In addition, Mo Xiaonan said that he saw with his own eyes that Mo Pidong led the beast tide eastward to create an opportunity for himself, and was finally swallowed by the monster. Therefore, even if Mo Xiaonan went to collect the body afterwards, he could only find some broken bones or incomplete weapons at most. It is impossible to find a complete body without any bite marks. Therefore, this body could only have been put into the coffin by someone. Combined with the various anomalies that the rabbits had collected before, it can be considered that the speculation that Mo Pidong possessed the body has been confirmed. Then Lin Li calmed down and continued to ask Lin Ziming, Colonel Lin, do you have any other results? For example, the location where Mo Pidong is suspected to have possessed the body, or some information about the ice coffin and stone slabs, and the landing point of the beast tide, Whether it is the feeling that Lin Ziming has had in the past few days or the information previously obtained by the command center, it shows that Kyangu Mountain is definitely an extraordinary place. Apart from other things, it is a bit unreasonable to say that Guo Yulian's tomb is located there. Kyangu Mountain is a full 250 kilometers away from Yangbai City, which is a distance of 500 miles. It is not easy to travel such a long distance. Considering Mo Pidong's cultivation and family restrictions, he could only come once a year at best. This is inconsistent with the record of Mo Pidong and Guo Yulian's love, even if the records in the family tree may be fake like the one of Mo Xiaonan. The hands of the two skeletons clasped together are enough to explain everything. Therefore, the location of Guo Yulian's grave is definitely not consistent with Mo Pidong's feelings. It is not reasonable to explain this with the ancestral precepts of Guo Jiagao. The ancestral precepts of Guo Jiagao only require that the burial site be shaded and have water, which is not a very strict condition in the Great Mo realm. At least it is not necessary to go more than 200 kilometers away to find it. For example, when Lin Ziming was searching and rescuing, he contacted Longxing, who was stationed in Yangbai City, and asked him to go out of the city with the assistance of Wei Qiangsheng to search around, and found that there were no less than 7 or 8 areas that met the conditions. After all, the natural environment of the Great Mo realm has not been damaged much by industrialization, and water sources such as mountain springs are still very common. In addition, there were also incidents of beast-tide descending on Kyangu Mountain and Mo Pidong being possessed, so it is certain that there must be some secrets in the mountain. In the temporary base station beside Kyangu Mountain, facing Lin Li's inquiry, Lin Ziming was about to reply that he had not found any other abnormalities, and then he saw his special forces soldier Liu Ming trotting towards him. "Colonel Lin, we have discovered a new special area." Liu Ming's voice was very loud, and his shouting was completely recorded by the communication equipment and transmitted to Lin Li's ears. Seeing this, Lin Li hurriedly said, "Colonel Lin, since there is a new situation, then you should hurry up and take a look. The command center can also see the situation on the scene through the recorder. We will contact you when it is convenient for you." Lin Ziming had the same intention, and he hurriedly nodded to apologize to Lin Li and hung up the communication. Then he picked up the military water bottle and gulped down a big gulp, and then patted Liu Ming on the shoulder. "Xiao Liu, take me over to have a look. If there is any situation, tell us as we walk, and the guard platoon will follow." Liu Ming saluted him, turned around and began to lead the way. The soldier's boots stepped on the mountain trails, making a clacking sound with the fallen leaves and stones. Liu Ming introduced as he walked, "Colonel Lin, the first place we found is in Shandong, with an area of about 300 to 400 square meters, located on the side of the foot of the third highest mountain. There is a huge altar in the cave. We came back to report before continuing the survey. But according to our naked eyes, there should be no other things in the cave. It may be because it is too long and has been covered by weathering or dust. But if nothing unexpected happens, this should be the scene of the possession. After all, the altar is too consistent with the situation we have." In addition, Lin Ziming was originally listening carefully with his ears perked up, but when Liu Ming said the second half of the sentence, his tone suddenly became a little hesitant. He couldn't help but frown. "What else?" "Just say it." "In addition, we found a deep pit about 2 meters wide. According to our laser rangefinder, we can't estimate its depth." "What?" Lin Ziming stopped and looked at Liu Ming in disbelief. "Xiao Liu, please explain clearly. Is it because the rangefinder is blocked that it can't detect the bottom, or can't it detect the bottom even under vertical conditions?" Liu Ming looked up at him and said affirmatively, "It's not because it's blocked by the wall, but the laser rangefinder can't detect the bottom even if it is turned to the maximum power." Laser rangefinder is a very common measuring instrument on the market. Its properties are similar to those of the sighting total station. Of course, the principles are different. Among them, the industrial and civilian grades are the most numerous, and the military ones are not accessible to ordinary people. The civilian ones are called laser rangefinder telescopes, and the longest range can generally reach 3,000 meters. The industrial ones are called laser rangefinder sensors, which can also measure up to about 4,000 meters. The power of military rangefinders is much greater, and the above two types of rangefinders are all younger brothers in front of military rangefinders. Like the long-distance exploration equipment carried by Lin Ziming and his team this time, the maximum measurement distance is 22.7 kilometers. According to Liu Ming, even a rangefinder of this level cannot measure the depth of the abyss, 22.7 kilometers underground, This is a depth that has not been excavated on the mainland. Students who have studied geography should know it. The structure of the Earth's interior, from the outside to the inside, is the crust, mantle, and core. The crust is a thin layer on the surface, and the interface with the mantle is the moho discontinuity, with an average thickness of only 17 kilometers. Compared with the average radius of the Earth of 6,378 kilometers, it is even less than the thickness of the eggshell relative to the egg. So far, humans have never been able to break through this thickness. The deepest existing pit on the Earth, except for the seabed, is the Kola Supardi borehole SG3 borehole dug by Big Brother. This is a deep pit that has been crowned with countless mysterious legends and is still an unsolved mystery in the world. The background of the Kola Supardi borehole was during the Unhidden War. At that time, the bear and the eagle launched a super competition in all aspects, and the details have been mentioned countless times in major documentaries. Drilling is the strangest competition among them, no doubt about it. Note, there are 3 updates today, and 1 will be later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.